timer's still going. So, everything's working fine. Make your own music. Ah, we're good. We're good. We're okay. That was my bad. I hit the power. I hit the power on the router accidentally because I was just cleaning up lights in the room. That was all me. That was my dumbass doing that one. Alright. Hang on though. I expected I would have 2 more minutes. So I'm not quite presentable yet. Let's get back in the game, shall we? Well, technically it was on a, it's on a power strip, right? Like I didn't reach behind the router, press the router button, and then be like, "Oh shit. How did that happen? How did that happen?" But it is worth let's while we're being smart about it, what the hell was my thing even called? All right. Hello. Oh. Hi. Hey everybody. How y'all doing today? Normally, scared the crap out of myself. Hang on. Oh, it did not like doing that. It did not like that at all. My monitor turned up to maximum. Yeah, Karth took off sadly. Karth was enjoying that there blanket on the couch, but Karth decided it was time to go. But the leaf blowers started a little early today, so we'll see if Karth returns. But what's the name of my? Let's just make sure, because there was a Windows update. Let's go ahead and be 500% sure by going to support and make sure that that nobody needs updating, because there was that update that ran. Or what was it? Was it onboard drivers? Windows. Here we go. So the land driver. That was release date 9/12. There's a new one. There's a new driver update for my ancient MSI. Oh no. Oh no. Well, if we go down again, we'll know that I should download this, and I will return swiftly after that. I know, it's at it again. No. We should be, but honestly, if it happens again, there was an update just 18 days ago, apparently. Timed update. Nothing could go wrong by installing this while currently live. No, this is not. Ideally, this isn't another maintenance stream. No, the previous one was me literally turning on a fan and turning off other things. So this is not intended to be a maintenance stream. But should we go down, I will return some 5 minutes later with that very thing installed. Look for dead pixels. No, we should be good. All dead pixels are dead. They have been thoroughly cleaned using cleaning software. Sensor things. Is the camera Wi-Fi? No. Well, yes, but only to make sure that we're not, wrongfully using it in a bad way. Turning on my fans? Yeah. Why sideways? So we can have more height here. My fancy lens is not distance adjustable. Are you going to open the Final Fantasy Lodestone Play Guide in your default web browser? No, nah. I don't think I will. The music just kind of dies in the zone for a good moment, probably because it thinks to itself, oh shit, do I need to start the night? Oh no, they haven't done that yet. Okay. Replay the day. The day mode. Yeah, no, so we're extra tall today because Garrett won't be here. Garrett is off in New Mexico doing a thing. One of his entrepreneurial projects. He's recording and I believe hosting a college's thing. I don't know too much about it. I don't know a ton about it, but he is busy today, and we wish him well and a speedy return and all that sort of thing. Did I know I could turn off the player's guide? I mean, I hit escape like twice. It doesn't really bother me, but if you have the buttons to do so, I'd be fine with that. It's not something I really think about too much. I do not trouble myself. Yeah, like a college Shark Tank. Yeah, like all the investors or something are doing the thing, and the I don't know if it's real or not, or so I'm not in the knowledge enough to talk about such things. I just know that he's very busy, and I look forward to his return. And this week I'll be having John Jagger on the Grinding Gear podcast. We're probably going to record that Wednesday. Going to do a Wednesday record of that. We'll be talk a little bit of Dark Tide. Possibly some Dark Tide drama, because apparently there's some problems with that. Yes, the John Jagger is going to be joining me. And then we'll get into Final Fantasy talk. We'll do a little bit of a history lesson as to how he came about it. I'm curious to know like his story of getting involved, because he was on Azeroth Roundtable doing a WoW show, and I know he kept bringing it up, but I don't think Ben ended up playing, his co-host. And then I know he brought it up a lot for years on Coeurl and his own shows, but people didn't play, right? Kept talking about how great Final Fantasy was. You know, maybe the MSQ and the story doing it a disservice in that you don't want to talk about the game too much. Like, you don't want to tell people why it's a good game. You want them to, like, organically discover it. And then you're going to be extra cagey because you want them to go into a Realm Reborn. Yeah, the MS Curator, exactly. So we're going to... Up there would be dungeons, exactly. So I wonder, like, if... Because I got sold the game and eventually actually, like, tried it for reals, being told, play it like Dragon Age. And just... keep at it, play it as a relaxed game, like fall asleep in your chair reading, you know, whatever, just kind of get into it at your own pace. And I did. It was a very slow pace. I was somehow able to sell Garrett on playing the game while still inside Heaven, or in a Realm Reborn patch content on my way to Heaven's Ward. I had just done Praetorium, I think, when I finally kind of got him to try it. So that isn't, you know, the biggest ball of cheese in the world. You know, that's not, you know, not the most rocking thing. It definitely had some updates. Never heard of Final Fantasy. Could you sell it to me? Play it like Dragon Age. That's what worked for me. Okay, cool. I will do this pile of buttons. Character config. UI settings. General. Scroll down. Play guide. Open on login. Recommendations. Show upon login. Oh, you know, I kind of like seeing those, actually. Upon area change, open the play guide? Would people be so confused? Is there anything else in here? Display achievements nearing completion as login notifications. That's kind of cute. Good morning to you, Forte Rocks. Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody, by the way. We got straight to talking, but it's good seeing y'all here. So it's good seeing y'all here. And thank you for the super. Rishiru? Thank you, Rishiru. Happy to have managed to actually meet you in-game for once. Stars aligned, I guess. Thank Astrologians. Well, thank you for joining me. No, it's great to be here. We're going to have a nice chill stream. We got some stuff on the docket. There's some stuff on the docket we're going to do. So I was just talking about John is joining us Thursday or Wednesday for the Grinding Gear podcast. We'll be talking about how he got into Final Fantasy XIV and how he tried to get others into it, and maybe what was unique about how he got me into it and how you should get others into it. Like, I hear from a lot of people, like, you know, most recently in the Discord, I don't remember names at the moment, but, you know, people being like, my husband still plays World of Warcraft. Could I get him to try Final Fantasy? It's like, can we? Like, can we just Ryu? Cool. Thank you. So how could we do this? How John became the master curator? Exactly. Exactly. I mean, I know it's been a little bit of work for him because, you know, he played this stuff a long time ago. And so he's had to go back and do some research on my part. And for a while there, I had him straight up like watching videos for me, and I felt kind of bad about it. But since then, there's been a lot more messages. There's been a lot more messages since then. So I haven't asked John as much in recent days, just because I received so many messages about what's coming up, what I should be thinking about, blah blah blah. Which is why today we're actually gonna watch the first half of a video. Let's see here. So if you're curious, let me do this. I think I can share this playlist, right? If I share it. Daz, are you here? If I share this playlist, can everyone look into it, or would sharing the link be a bad thing? Here's what I can do. Here's what I can do. I can shrink down the top. Not that nobody I don't think is nefarious in here and gonna like enter the entire thing, but we'll be cautious. So this is the playlist of all the videos that we're gonna be watching today. We got a paladin guide we're gonna be watching here today. After I go get my last spell. We got to go finish the arena thing. We're going to watch the first 5 minutes of this. We sadly cannot watch Heidel in History yet. But I do want to watch this someday. But we're going to watch the first 5 minutes of this for a spell refresher. And this is our video playlist of all the stuff that's been recommended to us to watch. And some of it I added just because people have recommended it, and some of this has not been filtered. So I went by it this morning, I was like, oh shit, like this looks great, look at all this stuff, look at all this cool stuff, completely forgetting that I was the one who added these things. So, we're gonna watch that paladin guide. Oh, first we're gonna go finish the quest for the paladin. Then we're gonna go watch the paladin guide, find a target dummy. Is there a target dummy in Shadowbringers? And then we're going to go back and watch the Jesse Cox video about the magic system, because frankly, I'm still a little confused. Is Paladin getting a rework? Didn't they get a bunch of new spells and fancy stuff? Are they really getting a big rework? I thought that was Astrologian and Dragoon were getting the big rework, or the future rework, or maybe there's a rework for Paladin right around the corner because I don't read the patch notes. Yeah, and I'd love to watch this one. Which I did watch back in the day, but I don't remember any of it, right? I watched this probably... When did this come out? When did this release? When did this video make its debut? In fact, I'd be kind of curious to see what any of these videos in terms of... Okay, we got... That's my playlist. Get rid of that. June 27th, 2021. October 2021, and then this one would be September. Oh, okay, so he actually made Highland History before that. Okay. I was all excited because they said for beginners on them, so I was like, oh shit, I can watch that today. That'd be great. I would really, really like, because frankly, I'm kind of dense when it comes to getting things in my head. Like playing day one. Technically, you can watch just no video, just listen to it. Yeah, I could put it up on the screen for you guys, and I can just listen to him go through it. No, I watched that one. So if it came out 2021, I watched it near release, and I don't remember visually anything about it because, frankly, the language made no sense to me. I didn't know what I was looking at. But I remember watching it, and I was like, okay, interesting. You know, I think that was where the whole slogan of it's an RPG first and an MMO second, so MMORPG rather than a RPG MMO was how he put it, and I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. That's an interesting idea. How do I not know about Kairouges? I know, right? How did I not absorb this deeply? But I'm a little dense when it, like, first night playing a board game with me is the worst. You know, not only like dyslexia coming to the fold where like I'm trying to digest words into my brain. But I also just don't absorb things fast. But once I do have them in my brain, I feel like I can spin them, rotate them, examine them, and kind of play with them in a rather detailed way. So that's why I want to watch the beginning of this video, because the whole magic triangle business, it's interesting, but I don't get it. And Garrett's going to lean on me to get it. So any video posted before July 2019 would be a spoiler for you, right? I think so, right? Because that would be the release of Shadowbringers. I don't want other people's thoughts in my head would be the other issue. So I'm excited to see the first half of this has been verified. We can watch the first half. I think they even have little timestamps here. So like here, spoiler. So here they have a spoiler thing. Spoilers start there. So we're not going to watch anything past that. We're going to watch this little astral and umbral thing. So we'll be good and safe. So I like Jesse's videos because they're based on fact. You know, it's lore fact, it's, you know, made up fact, but it's fact, right? What I don't want is to watch somebody's theorizing video from 2018, 2019, because then their theories would be in my head. And one thing I definitely have trouble with is knowing if my thoughts are my own sometimes. So like some people will say things, do things around me, and I will like copy paste those into my brain. Something I'm being, you know, more careful with in a modern day, because you'll wake up and you'll be like, oh shit, so-and-so did so-and-so, holy shit. And then you walk around the rest of the day thinking that's fact, when really it was just a tweet. That's why I don't hang out on Twitter anymore. I use TweetDeck. I don't need a bunch of hot takes floating around in my brain. So, does this video have spoilers? There's a big old spoiler thing. Yeah, no, exactly. Wants to give me money? No. Those aren't my own thoughts. But I'm also immensely confused on what I'm supposed to be doing on Paladin. But luckily, we don't need to know. We don't need to understand what we're doing on Paladin today. So, it was a pleasure seeing you all here. Actually, in fact, before we take off, let me re-engage sound. Because you never know if someone's sitting around going, or anything like that. Gotta be a little careful. You don't want to start your Monday with the moans. Yeah, go for it, Kendrick. Yeah, let me know. Because if it's theory crafting, I don't want to hear it. It's no insult to Jesse at all. I don't like, no, not at all. But more so, you know, I don't want theories in my head. I want facts. I want to understand things. And the magic system is there for you to enjoy, is kind of how I take it. It's there for you to enjoy if you want to. Jeff H., thank you for the generous super chat. You're confused about what you should be doing on Paladin? The Sultan Sworn are confused about what you should be doing, which is why they send you back to people who actually know what they're doing. I agree. I have no idea, frankly, what was going on in those Heavensward quests. Those were exceedingly complicated. With like the kid, and he was like getting the armor, and I was just... And then the guy, I think it was the same guy who gave me the soul of a paladin earlier. It was just wordy and weird. In fact, I do have a video here on my playlist. I think I'm the one who added it, though, so I would have to be the one to, you know, take responsibility for it. Final Fantasy XIV writing. Did the Paladin job quest fail the job? That's by Synodic Scribe. Here, what is the date on this thing, actually? Oh, this would be very, this would likely have some spoilers in it, maybe, because it is quite modern. And today's the first time I'm hearing about him. First time I'm ever hearing about the scribe. What about a wall of zones later? That would be a lot of fun. Certainly, it'd be fun to talk to Garrett about it, being an art nerd. Kind of get his take on the zones, because oftentimes my takes are very much like, I didn't like the lighting. Like last week, what was it? Monday leveling stream, we got in a long conversation about how Garrett dislikes Monster of the Week. And I kept being like, Monster Week? No, I like Monster Week. What I actually meant, and this is a huge discovery for me, is what I actually meant is world building. I like world building. And I like farting off to build the world, not necessarily doing complete, excuse me, I'm not done yet, made up side stuff. Supersize Robert, thank you for the super chat. Well, at least we get a few jokes out of it, right? I mean, it's fun, you know? It's fun to make fun of it. Everyone makes fun of it. Like, I don't think it was that bad, but it was just undigestible. Fane says it's safe. Cool. Awesome. Awesome, yes. But I want facts. I want magic facts. And you all need to help me out with that, too, because we're going to watch a video, and it'll have facts. Like, remember where I'm at it. We literally just talked to Oriange about his triangle diagram and why magic is magic. And, you know, I saw some people in the chat, like, praising the system for avoiding a light is light and darkness and evil's darkness and light is good kind of thing. And I think that's kind of interesting. That definitely puts a lot of comments we got over the videos over this last year into frame, because a lot of people were like, oh, they don't get the magic. And you're, well, yeah, of course we don't get it. Like, we're coming from World of Warcraft. The light is light. You know, math is math. Light is light. Fell is fell. You don't really play with a complex magic system. And I really like complex magic systems. Yeah. Brandon Sanderson. Exactly, Jedi. That's a great example. 100%. Really fun magic systems work really well in books a lot of time, where you can hear the player's inner monologue, or the main character's inner monologue. They don't always work well in video games, because sometimes you're silent protagonist. Here we're not really silent. We often gesture and we talk, but you know, it's assumed over. But they're harder to do. Like, I think Aragorn, Aragon? E-Dragons? What was it? I think I might have taken it off my shelf because it ended up being bad over the years. Yeah, I don't really have it anyway. Aragon. Eragon. You know, I read it, right? Well, writing it out isn't going to help me, but... First book is great. And, like, the magic system of power words is really good. Aragon. Yeah, I think that's right. With, Screamy guy who did the villain in that. But, like, it was a solid magic system. And it was pretty good. But the movie was bad. Yeah, the movie was bad. I watched the movie first, and then I was like, oh, shit, this might actually be a decent book. So I went and read the book, and I really, really liked the first one. I mean, people call it elementary. It was written by, what, like a 14-year-old or something? Like, it wasn't a big deal. But it was more a big deal to me that he added more characters. He went Game of Thrones, right? Like, what could have been one book became 3 books, maybe? And then he, like, added other characters. And the whole book was basically a ripoff of Star Wars, but with dragons instead of lightsabers. Like, and then he started giving all these gifts to his kid. And that's kind of where, you know, that's where I often fall off. Like, same with My Hero Academia, right? Anytime the main character is just being showered in new powers constantly without having earned it, I'm like, oh no, it's simple. I don't like it anymore. Now I watch My Hero Academia for the adults, because the adult storyline is really good. Ferris, thank you for becoming a member for 4 months. Episode versus serial storytelling is what you were talking about. World building can happen either. I would agree. Yeah, so in particular, we were talking about Loki, and I wanted more world building. I wanted more episodes of them just doing time space cop stuff. Kyle, the adults are fantastic in the new episode. I'm glad. I'm very happy to hear that. I haven't watched it. I have instead been watching Spy X Family, which is just, like, what a weird branch of so many things. Like, you got some good action. You got some, like, episode to episode really solid storytelling. It actually goes places. The overall plot is really solid. The mini plots inside the plot are very functional. It's got, like, some really great action, some great animation, and then it's just straight up adorable. Like, as a dad, the kid is written so perfectly. I know that kid's probably, what, like 6 or so? I have a 3-year-old, so quite a bit different, I'm sure. 6. Yeah, because are they in elementary school? They're small, but it's so wholesome. And it's a beautiful show. Absolutely awesome. It's a dad show? Yeah, well, that too. The tired dad aesthetic works for me. And then I watched this weekend Conan the Destroyer, which was like I got sick. I got a little sick this weekend, so I watched Conan the Destroyer and took a nap. But then I reincarnated as a sword, which was, I fell asleep in episode 2. You know, I was sick this weekend, so, you know, but it was okay, you know? I like all those. I like all the reincarnateds. I'm in another world, kind of got hit by a car business. They're always hit by a car for some reason. But yeah, reincarnated as a sword. Don't know if I recommend it yet. Edmund Greystone, thank you for the generous super chat. Oh, I love the Whimsy streams. Paladin was my first job also, or 2. Also, the only ARR relic I would ever put work into. It's all shiny, right? That's the shiny shield and the shiny sword. I mean, it's the starting job. It's the one I had. I have many times said I would love for people to start this game as a tank, because I think in the opening adventurer storylines of Final Fantasy XIV, I think it works really well. You are the main character. Ifrit's hitting you. The story is really kind of got to get trained up. It's really, really good. And I think that being a tank in this much kinder community should be taken advantage of. Like that's how I'd put it. Like, if you're gonna come to Final Fantasy and the community is gonna be nicer than World of Warcraft when you're tanking and learning to tank, you might as well do it in the opening dungeons when people have, you know, the most patience for you to stumble through. So yeah, fast queues, take advantage of it. Exactly. Healing, I don't know about healing. I think healing would be one of the hardest jobs to start with. But when I got in and I was like, hey, new tank, first time here, like, everyone was so forgiving. It was just the nicest experience I've ever had in an MMO. It really stuck with me. And then you go from that to, like, hanging out, to go into Limsa, and, like, people are just hanging out and being, you know, some people are, like, petting each other, but otherwise, like, it's pretty wholesome. It's just like, wow, people just, like, hang out in this game. People are just having fun. Luna Maria, thank you for the 5-month membership and using your emojis well. Now, cool to see you. Oh, excuse me. We fixed this. Ah, did I say it right? Darn. I think I've been correct on how to say your name. I'm sorry. I don't remember at the moment. My favorite magic system is from the web series Pact or Pale. It's shard enough. It's shard enough for one to understand, but also extremely malleable and plausible in a way. Pact. I've never heard of Pact. I'll look it up on a side screen here just in case. It's a web series? I haven't read any web series. Web serial. The Other Verse? Kristen reads some web series. Mostly romantic ones. And I have not enjoyed those. Not that I'm outing her or anyone. Everyone could read it the way they want, right? Like, I'm sitting there, like, finishing My Dress Up Darling, diving straight into the manga, being like, oh shit, I need to know if they finally kiss. I'll refrain from spoiling future seasons. But, you know, we all get reincarnated as a villainess? I don't think I've seen that one. I've seen Love After World Domination, and the animation was really kind of bad, and the storyline was very simplistic. But I don't think I've watched that one. Have I watched the Paladin Sam Relic Weapon YouTube video? I have not. No, I have not. Wheel of Time was a little dense, I believe, too. Is that the one? I think I started it. And it was showing its age in its writing style. Like, it was going on about the princess in a particularly, like, sexy way. And I was just kind of like, I've read 1,000 books like this. But maybe that's not, maybe I'm thinking of like Dragonlance or something. I haven't watched the TV show though. So honestly, I wasn't in the mood for it because I think I had just finished. I think I just finished E-Raggin around that time, and I was like, I don't really need another like princess thing right now. I need to meet a character in my next life as a villainess. All right, let me take a look here. Okay, so they're doing like the back of the hand, like oh kind of thing. Okay, is it people in dresses? Just looking at thumbnails here, it's not the kind of video I would have clicked for myself. Like, you know. Though this kind of looks like the guy from I Set Up a Pharmacy in Another World, so, you know, I click plenty of things. Oh, yep, here we go. There's the scene. Yep. Oops, I fell down. And then my dad walks in during Evangelion and is like, hey, how's the rental going? Story is good, though. Did someone say Escaflowne? Not today, but I love Escaflowne. Absolutely love it. One of my favorites. The Devil's a Part-Timer. Is that the one where they work in like a store? Oh, I've seen Log Horizon. Log Horizon's great. Log Horizon's great. In fact, Val wears glasses because Log Horizon's great. And I like the aesthetic. Wait, what? Okay, hang on. Let me get through these two. Let me get through these two because there's something coming up about a truck. Super Size Popper, thank you again for the super chat. Anya is probably 4. She's only claimed to be 6, so Lloyd would adopt her. Oh, okay. I'd have to rewatch the opening episodes. So she's actually younger than her fellow schoolmates, which is why she. I guess they phonetic her words in the translation below. Like she'll say, you know, I frued up kind of things. Okay. Christian Coleman, thank you for the 2 months. If you like solid magic systems, world building, and Brandon Sanderson, then I would recommend The Wheel of Time. The audiobooks are a masterpiece. See, that's okay. That's a good recommendation. Because I tried reading the books physically. And I really like doing that. But sometimes, you know, you gotta kind of get through the opening part. And I'm definitely with Wheel of Time coming right out of another fantasy series. Maybe if I just kind of get over the opening part. The audiobooks for Game of Thrones were sort of good. It was weird. Like in the history parts where it's talking about like the people and the families getting together and blah blah, you know, making babies and then family trees. Like the old guy doing it was great. But anytime it got kind of like sexy, it was like your grandpa was sitting you down to tell you a story about like what he used to do. And you're like, woo, grandpa's going for it, you know, and you know, they're talking about like the old witch and her weird boobs. And you're like, oh, okay, grandpa, kind of a weird pick. But and then they changed later on. But like that same guy, book 3 comes out and he completely changes his pronunciation of all the characters. So this guy they had reading it didn't even go back and research his previous audiobooks he had done. And he started mispronouncing, or at least changing his pronunciation of all the characters he had done for 2 books so far. It was jarring. But you know, it was an excellent audiobook that probably wasn't a great book, but was an excellent audiobook, was the Darth Plagueis book. If you're not a fan of Star Wars books, just don't worry about it. Like, just go listen for that dude's voice. That dude had an amazing voice, and he read the whole thing in that voice. It was so good. The audiobooks for The Witcher are amazing. Oh, really? Really? I would be interested in that. Luna Maria, thank you for the super chat. Truck is Satan for the Isekai fan. Truck is, oh. Not that there's an anime called Truck is Satan. Literally, that when you get hit by a truck, that's where the deal is made and you go to another world. Okay. I'm with you. I agree. Unknown character. Thank you for the 6 months. Holy, 6 months already. Also, I did the entire MSQ as a white mage and had no problems doing it. Also, in my first time being a main healer in MMO. That's cool. That's cool to hear. I assume you didn't use controller, right? You were probably on PC. The thing that would have gotten me is the, like, damaging in between and not just sitting... Truck Chan, no! No, but I'd be curious. I assume you weren't on controller, but I would be curious if you were. And that's cool. Okay, mouse and keyboard. The whole doing damage in between and like not topping people off all the time would have been a rough one for me. Like I had a guy, not mad, but they were a little firm in Hawkeye Manor with me that I wasn't using tank cooldowns on my trash pools, and I was kind of like, what are you even talking about? Granted, they were like very animate that I use arm's length, and I didn't have arm's length yet, so they were just yelling things at me all the time. Daycop. Baka truck driver. What? So is this a thing? Is Truck-kun a thing? I didn't know this. No, because I'm a fan of things I don't look up. Like, I don't look up things. Which is often how I get in trouble, too, because I'll watch things and I'll be like, this is great. Like, I did that with Shield Hero, right? Like, I'm like, what a great show. This is a lot of fun. What a great show. And then I looked up on Reddit and they're like, oh my God, people think this is a piece of shit. Holy crap. So I, like, put it away and I just kept enjoying what I was enjoying in my life. So at that point around, like, Shield Hero, I was like, what? Why are people so mad? Okay, I'm just going to enjoy Shield Hero now. So truck, it is a thing. Okay. Run over by trucks. Truck-sama. Okay. Okay. Now I know. Shield Hero Season 3 is just like a mess. Like we're off the path. We're not doing the main story anymore. Like I'm not watching it until someone tells me it's back on the main track. Oh, are they extremely edge? Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was like on episode 2 and I looked it up. So is that maybe that's why there were so many people vehemently opposed to what was going on there? Because I guess of they're novels too. Okay. I had no idea about the isekai truck, but I'm glad. Yeah, it's complete side quest, like complete, like it's a harem show, but like it's not very sexual. It's not super fan servicey, but they just keep adding to his group, and it's just going too far. Like there was a very set world I wanted to see. That's fair. Sarah gave it edgelord vibes in number 1. Didn't bother sticking around. I think it did well. I think it managed to put together a pretty competent story that was interesting to watch, but it just kind of lost its way now. Fan service is what killed anime for you almost a decade. I can get that. Like, there's only so much I can handle. Like, just don't waste my time. Right? Like, there was one I watched, it was my fault, too, because it's called, I think, Harem in a Labyrinth or something like that. And, like, yeah, so you're going to get with your lady in your first episode, but don't do it, like, 7 more times over the first 4 episodes. Now you're just wasting my time. So I'm like, turn that off. I don't, like, skip. I almost started fast-forwarding through My Hero Academia when I was going through that, though. That was just awful. That would just... Oh, my God. The flashbacks. Literally flashbacks of scenes you had seen in the earlier thing. When you literally saw an arrow. What, is it wrong to pick up... Also a fart off. A red light district is not a dungeon. You can argue that it is. But pick up girls in a dungeon was just way too off. Way too off. Just go back to the dungeon. Do I was arguing for Loki to have more world building, but just Stick to the plot a little bit. Ever jump on the One Piece train? I got to like episode 7. It seemed fun. How dare you? Is that for pick up girls in a dungeon? You can't mod for anymore? Listen, we can get along, okay? We can do this. It's fine. It's fine. You know, he got a dagger. It's no longer? I don't mind the main character. I don't think he's like over gifted or anything like that. I didn't much like go into the red light district. That's all. I wanted to go back to the dungeon. I thought we were picking up girls in a dungeon. I thought that was our goal. Hang on. I'm assuming we're joking right now. Car, if I've actually made you mad, please let me know. And let me know if there's something we need to actually talk about. If there's something okay, I assume with Revolution we're good. Okay. Jonathan, thank you for the super chat. My 2 favorite magic systems are from The Witcher books and Avatar Last Airbender. Avatar Last Airbender was a really good system. I think it grew and had some really cool ideas with Coeurl, and Coeurl explained the magic system really well, and sort of the overlap of fire and earth and lava and kind of getting into that sort of sign of things, like the whole lightning business. I think Avatar had a really good magic system. I've never read The Witcher books. I thought it was a fine magic system in the games, but obviously the books would be more in depth. Argent32, thank you for the super chat. What's up, Kyle? How did you like the Dark Tide beta? Well, there's apparently a thing going on right now. So everyone, if you enjoyed the beta, don't uninstall, because apparently there is a back door available. So like they put in anti-cheat software for the Dark Tide beta, but if you uninstall it, it leaves a hole where it was that can be invaded by hackers. So if you installed the beta, don't uninstall it until they fix whatever they're doing, because apparently they messed up and now there's some hole if you uninstall it. So be careful. But it was a very fun game, and the music was incredible. The enemy types were not terribly diverse, but it's a beta, so the 4 levels they had available were basically all the same level with small changes. The enemy types, I think there were maybe 3 or 4, but I really like their take on the magic guy. So the magic guy in the magic class in Vermintide was like an AoE flamethrower. And it kind of felt required that you bring them to all the missions. So in Darktide, what they've done is they've made the magic guy more of a sniper type. And I really like the flamethrower. It was really, really nice. But it did feel required in groups, at least when I was playing. And with the magic guy being a sniper type, it's more interesting. So they seem like they've had some really cool ideas about how to advance their chemistry with the various classes. And now if you run with like 4 machine gun dudes, yeah, psychers. If you run with like 4 machine gun dudes, you should be as okay as you would be with any sort of other comp. So it's kind of cool. It's really cool. The party banter's pretty good, yeah. It's a little like less main plotty than the previous one, which had set characters, but it was still pretty good. So I think it's, as long as those additional levels add more to it and kind of keep the energy going, like, you know, have more models, more environments, I think it's gonna be a solid game. But just be careful about that uninstall right now. Dirt, thank you for the 5 months. Watching one of my favorite streamers play a mindless Kemco RPG? Hell of a day. Kemco? RPG? What? Oh. A mobile game? Mobile Android? Bargain bin at RPGs? I mean, I'm aware of some bargain bin gaming. I've been showing off games to my son recently, and there's a lot of like that Ben 10 game on Xbox Game Pass is it's a piece of work. It's a real piece of shit, but you know, it's got all the voice actors, so it's all right. John says, thank you for the super chat. Hey, Kyle, the cars that hit the main characters to send them off to their new lives, the community calls Truck-kun. Perfect. Perfect. Sideswapper, thank you for another super chat. Next Life as Villainous is about a girl who got reborn as a villainess in a romance game with only bad ends to her story. It goes in a very fun direction. Ha ha! I'll enjoy that. Oh yeah, and yeah, Persona 5's coming out like on the 20th or something like that. 3 days out. I'm looking forward to that a lot. That's going to be my turn-based game for the new baby when they arrive. I'm gonna put that baby on my lap, on my shoulder. I'm gonna stay awake playing some Persona 5. Another Persona. This is the real Persona 5. The other one was a fake Persona 5 or something. This is the real, finally the real Persona 5 coming out for PC. One Gunslinger, good day. Good day to you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. Hope Garrett is having fun at work. I hope so too. I hope he's doing well. And if he enjoys this later, I hope you had a good time at work, Garrett. Daz says, thank you, Daz. Good morning, Kyle. Hope you're well. I got married in Final Fantasy yesterday. Would have invited you and Garrett, but Garrett is not in state, and I'm on Primal DC on Leviathan. If you'd like, I can send you my wedding pics. Do it! Yeah, send me some wedding pics. That's great. That's great. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. Yeah, I was sick this last weekend. You know, kid went in a bounce house. We all got a little sick in the house, but we're all good. We're all good. Bounced back pretty quickly. So I was a little sick this weekend myself. And that's why I was watching so much. Linko, thank you for super chat. Isekai Transporter is a fun manga if you want to know more about Truck-kun. Very well. I shall. I shall look that up. I shall look that up. Sooty Thunder. Good to see you, Sooty. Thank you for the super chat. Shield Hero gets a lot of flack because the main character is falsely accused, and this was being released at a time of the Me Too, so Twitter had a meltdown over it. It's meh at best. Yeah, and so to that note, like, I didn't know that was going on because I don't pay attention to Twitter. So my interaction with Shield Hero was, I watched episode 1, I watched episode 2, and I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. Then I went to Reddit to see if I could, like, hang out in that environment. And then I was like, what's going on? And then I left. So that makes sense. I also, people are saying the ending's horrible. I can feel that, particularly with season 3 here just being like completely farting off. But the raccoon girl, you know, she's cute. There's a cute little like storyline there, and like the shield's kind of interesting with like how it webs out the talent tree, and you know. So I got into it, but now I'm off it because I'm just like, I don't care. You've lost me. You know, I'm petty about it. There's so much anime I could be watching. There's so many things I can watch that oftentimes I'm very petty about why I leave things. They're often not grand statements about some knowledge I've gathered. It's merely that, you know, Attack on Titan changed the animation quality. I'm like, well, crap. I was watching that. KLG Chaos, thank you for super chat. Hey Kyle, got my COVID booster and flu shot today. Looking forward to relaxing with the stream and praying for no side effects. LOL. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you didn't flex. That's where I always get myself in trouble. I flex, or you know, stress a muscle during the injection, then your whole arm goes. City Thunder, another super chat. Thank you so much. Any chance of playing Nier Automata on your free time? Maybe. I've heard it would be interesting because of an upcoming raid, right? Shadowbringers raid is all themed around it or something. It's like the aesthetic, not terribly interesting to me. I know you can like blow off your own clothes and like hack yourself and die whenever you want, but I don't. Or in the robots, like I watched the Donkey video about it, so he was making fun of the robots like trying to learn how to hump each other or something along those lines. So I don't really know much about it, and from the outside I've played a lot of games like that in the past, and I've never enjoyed them too much, but I did enjoy Devil May Cry 5. So I've got concerns. I've got concerns. Highly recommend it. Story and music. Have I watched ReZero? I think I've tried. Is this the kid who shows up in the other world in like a tracksuit? Yeah. Yeah, something about the first episode was kind of pervy. And I think I had just gotten out of Shield Hero, so I was like, I can't do this again. I'm not ready again to do this all over again. So I've tried it at a bad time. Maybe I should try again. But I didn't particularly care about the kid's plight, and he didn't seem particularly interesting. So I'll try it again. But I know they also like like a lot of animes these days insert a lot of like it's the Game of Thrones effect, right? They try to be extremely dramatic, hyper violent in the first couple episodes, and then after that they really tame off. Like so I became a skeleton. Like first episode, you're like, holy shit! So you're a skeleton in another world, like holy shit! And then the rest of the episodes just kind of forget about that. It's weird. It's a new fad to make articles and stuff. Cotton Man 022288. Thank you for the super chat. I suggest Drifters for an isekai anime. Historical figure in a D&D world written by the author of Hellsing. What? It's just called Drifters? I've never heard of Drifters. The Drifters, that's a band. Drifters anime. Oh, what an interesting style. He's got a very Attack on Titan kind of jacket on. I've never heard of this. It seems pretty hand animated though, even the horses. Like usually it's horses and cars that are all CGI. This looks kind of interesting. Huh. Bloody as heck. I mean, that it doesn't bother me. I wasn't bothered by Chainsaw Man. So that stuff doesn't bother me. Not in anime. You know, I don't want to watch ER or surgeries. Particularly like Hulu surgery documentary things. But I don't mind animated violence. Just don't listen to the stream. Oh yeah, no, the song. Yeah. That's same with like Attack on Titan, and a lot of those songs are deeply defended, which is a shame because a lot of them are really, really rocking. Super Side Swap, thank you for another super chat. Much appreciated. If you want to know more about the magic system, check out Encyclopedia Eorzea or the various magic jobs in the game. Also, the 24 man. Oh, the 24. Yeah. The Alliance raid is near. Yeah, because the Alliance raids are usually the wacky ones. Now, this last one wasn't exactly wacky, but it was thematically wacky. And Sody Thunder, thank you for another super chat. Full disclosure, you don't need to know anything about Nier franchise for the raid. However, it answers questions in the Drakengard Nier franchises. It seems like a lot. Also, so coming from Dota, I played a lot of Dota. Dota is how I got into covering StarCraft, and Here's the Storm, and then, you know, making video game content in general. So Dota's the origin source. The Dota creator IceFrog, you know, hid his identity years ago. Only known as IceFrog. No one knows who it is. Because they were afraid of community backlash, which was very, very smart, because when they balance the game naturally, people get very, very pissed off. So IceFrog did a really good job thing there. When it comes to the creator of Nier, don't they also wear a helmet? Kind of a Daft Punk sort of situation? Are they embroiled in drama? Are they afraid of pissing people off? What's with the helmet? Because I just assumed that it's a very deep game with a very interesting community because the creator wears a helmet. So that would be a assumption I've made in the background. They just do it for fun? Trolling? Okay. Oh, that's cool. Oh, they're just shy? Oh, they just like being mysterious? That's cool then. Okay. That's honestly one of the reasons I avoided it, because I just didn't know what was going on there. And like I've said multiple times in the stream so far, I don't like having that random stuff in my head. Bunch of hate in my head. You expect it to be dumb? But yeah, I do. But, you know, dumb could be fun too. For sure. Defunct Rebel, thank you for the super chat. Skeleton Knight does get back to what happened in the first episode for what it's worth. Also, day recommendation. 8686 has some... 8686 have some of my birthday money? Oh, happy birthday to you. All right, let me look up 8686. Well, it's good that it addresses it. Like, I got decently deep into Skeleton Knight. I thought it was cute. I like the skeleton joke. Like, to me, the skeleton joke is the exact same thing as when, like, Garrett makes a shocked face in Mass Effect. I thought it was a cute... 86. Is this, Battleship Girls? No, I'm just taking that off the hat. Mixed effects explosion. That's not a big deal. Uh-oh. Computerized robot? Tough sell. Tough sell. Tough sell looking at a quick thing of it. But feel free to shoot me a trailer that would make me like it. It's not Battleship Girls? From the trailer, it looks like Battleship Girls. The girl is wearing a large hat and then a robot shows up. Pretty sure she's a battleship. Sprocket, I'm doing well. How you doing? I've got a lot of hang-ups about computerization. I was really sad when Evangelion went from hand-animated to computerization. Though I think I like Chainsaw Man Episode 1. So I don't know. You know, I'm willing to work on it a little bit. My main goal so far has been, as long as it's not the focus of your eye, I don't mind it. Like, obviously, there was a lot of computerization in the environments in Attack on Titan Season 1 and 2, but it didn't really bother me. Having the big Titan be computerized, I was kind of like, okay. Maybe someone could, like, why do big things get computerized? Because it's an animation, right? So just draw it big. Like, I know it's complete lack of knowledge on my case. But I never understood why the Colossal Titan was CG when everything else was hand animated, because you just draw it big and then just don't spin. Like, literally just don't spin the camera. I don't gain enjoyment by spinning around it. Just make it flat. And that's a little bit, like, I think that's a little bit of what I'm starting to understand about what happened with Attack on Titan, right? Because it sounds like, from the outside, what happens is there's an anime conglomerate who says, we're gonna make the Warrior of Light anime. Who wants to do it? And basically people start underbidding each other, and they go into a bidding war of who can do it cheapest, and then that job gets passed to the cheapest company. But then isn't Mappa did the new season of Attack on Titan, but they also did Chainsaw Man, which Chainsaw Man has a lot more energy and fluidity to it. So it's just time and money. And for some reason, Attack on Titan wasn't worth the money? It was a sensation. I mean, I've heard that Demon Slayer was eating its lunch, because everyone loves Demon Slayer, but it was a great show. You could literally watch the old episodes and like pick up things about the two dudes and be like, oh my god, this show's amazing. Like, I greatly enjoyed rewatching Attack on Titan, then it got so bad. With contracts? Yeah, I mean, that is contract work. It's true. It's true. It's true. Wait, Kobe, wait, Jujutsu Kaisen? Are you recommending that, or are you saying that that went bad? Because I love Jujutsu Kaisen. I hope it doesn't go bad. I hope it doesn't go all computery. This is becoming anime talk, impromptu podcast. I know I barely started the quest, but yes, it's true. It's true. Yeah, Mappa did Jujutsu Kaisen, right? Huge time crunch and deadline. They didn't give Mappa time. Okay. That's sad, because Mappa's name was mud to me there for a bit. And I was like, what are we doing, Mappa? What is this? But now I'm enjoying a bunch of other Mappa things, and I've been kind of confused. So just money. Michael Myers, thank you for super chat. Jobless reincarnation is borderline inappropriate, but I like the story so far. Checks out. Borderline inappropriate is a huge range for anime. What happens when a 34-year-old underachiever gets run over by a bus? Okay. Multiple teams working on it simultaneously. Yeah, no, I figured it's not all one team, of course. Like back in the day, like Evangelion, right? Evangelion, you'll be watching and you're like, holy shit, this is the bad team. Like, this is B team, C team. Ugh. But then, like, no fights would happen in that episode. And then you'd start an episode and it would be all beautiful. And you'd be like, oh shit, there's going to be a fight this episode. Spoiler alert, the good team is on this episode. Super pervy. It doesn't bother me as long as you're not wasting my time. I just don't waste my time. Don't extend the perviness too long. Like I was watching, I watched another one this weekend. I don't even remember the name of it. He was like a veteran adventurer, and he got a cat girl first to adventure with, and then he got a healer, and it was just it was wasting my time. I don't remember its name because it was like, I think it was like Guild something. Pharmacy was cute though. I didn't think I'd like Pharmacy, and Pharmacy in Another World was cute. No, it wasn't Shield Hero. No, and that was a raccoon girl. Get it straight. That was a raccoon girl, not a cat girl. I don't know which one it was. I don't think it was Beast Tamer. It was brand new. But I fire them all up because, you know, I enjoyed it. It's all just trauma. It's trauma from Sword Art Online being bad after episode 7. Like, all of this isekai is just one big recovery we're all doing together as we try to reconcile that season 1 of Sword Art Online sucked. And it broke all of our hearts. Because it looked like it was going places. It was looking real cool. And then that one fight with the centipede, and you just go, what the hell is this? I can't believe the first 5 episodes, it's all you ever want. It's all you ever want. Log Horizon's not dangerous enough. That's honestly, I really, really like Log Horizon. I really like the main character. But Log Horizon wasn't dangerous enough for me. Dude, when the kid was inside the game, and then they pretend to have a baby in a cabin, like, just bad. I just can't believe. I just couldn't believe what I was watching. I just couldn't believe what I was watching. Overlord? I didn't like Overlord. It's too political. The dude was overpowered, but he wasn't getting up to anything interesting for me, personally. I know it's a very popular show. Also one that, like, if you get past the first episode, like, the whole perviness kind of, like, takes a back seat. But they really lay it on heavy there in the beginning. Anyway, I'm gonna do my final paladin quest. We're gonna do that. Anime was a mistake. No, it's highly enjoyable. I just wish production schedules wouldn't ruin perfectly good stories sometimes. It's time, Val. The UI Cup final. You have what it takes to win. Just fight as you always do. The rest will follow. Is too bony? I liked it when he was like dressed up as the knight and pretending to be... I also watched the Gun Girl and like, I tried. I really did. Like, I really, really like Sword Art Online. I wanted it to improve. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my regret to inform you that Black Lotus has withdrawn from the match. In the absence of an opponent, the winner of the UI Cup final is Valgaunt by default. Hey, you don't think those rumors could be true, do you? What, the Black Lotus is Aldous, the gladiator who was banished from the Colosseum? Seems a little far-fetched, but you never know these things. UL? The Old Cup? Oh, like Olda, the Old Cup? In an unexpected turn of events, Black Lotus, the winner of the Nald group, has withdrawn. I repeat, Black Lotus has withdrawn. 12 in a tangle. What in the blazes is going on? We will relay further information as soon as more becomes available. Please bear with us. What is the meaning of this? Apologies, lady, but I am much in the dark as you. 'Twas the tournament registrar who spoke with Black Lotus on the matter. Not even the organizers have full grasp of the situation. It isn't uncommon for a combatant to withdraw from a match, but when it does happen, more often than not, something illicit is afoot. While some might consider default to be the sweetest word, I know that you do not. Nay, an unearned victory such as things ring hollow and brings no satisfaction. As such, I have a mind to delve into what will certainly prove to be some dark places. May I rely on your help? Good. To begin with, let us go and ask the tournament registrar about his conversation with Black Lotus. Stuff and things. No Garrett today? Yep, Garrett is out on business. He's out on business trip this week. Oh, don't you all look fabulous? Look at all your fabulous weaponry. I assume, is this, no? Isn't it more made of light? Which, wait, wasn't that, Edmund, you were the one saying that you did the quest for the book, or the, A Realm Reborn. There's so many cool ones, though. I love this one. I love the fire one. On Danu there. It's such a handsome, handsome job. Regardless of, you know, storyline and whatnot, it is just a beautiful job. It has such good animations. Classic tank. Dot hack sign is a little slow for me. I don't like the fact that people can log out. It makes it kind of confusing. I like people trapped. I want people to be fully trapped. Log Horizon did like a, you could not, I don't know. I'm not going to spoil Log Horizon. Because it's actually, Log Horizon's actually really good. Yeah, one kid couldn't get out, but I was confused. It was confusing. Also, I watched it a lot on like Adult Swim back in the day. So, like my previous knowledge. Wait, did I read this? Wait, was that? I'm sorry, I read the spoiler aloud. Oh no! I'm so sorry we spoiled Dot Hack. I'm so sorry. Sign or whatever maybe the side words may have been. My lord, Black Lotus came and informed me that he no longer wishes to fight. This happened shortly after you entered the anteroom. I assumed he would follow suit, but instead he declared his withdrawal. Stunned as I was at the time, I gathered my wits and thought to ask for his reason. He had spun on his heels and left. He was heading in the direction of Pearl Lane, I believe. If you wish to speak to him, I suggest you take your search there. It's a great class. I really, really like that Final Fantasy hides its graphical improvements in the level up experience. I never really thought that at the time when I was playing World of Warcraft, but I just wait, it's right over there? Okay. I kind of wish World of Warcraft had done that. Like every time it improved the spell, it left the janky old spell in the low level, and then you feel like you got an upgrade later on. It kind of is in that reason why I don't feel like World of Warcraft or in Final Fantasy that I'm missing talents. Because when my spells upgrade visually, it feels like I'm upgrading. I'm assuming this is like the not samurai guy who I met. It would have been 2 years ago when I was doing this, over 2 years ago when I was doing these quests, so I do not remember his name. Well, I'd say it's time to come clean. Sharp as you are, you've probably seen through my masquerade anyway. That's his boyfriend, right? This is boyfriend. Val, it's good to see you again. As myself, at any rate. Let me guess. You demanded to know why I abandoned you at the arena. I'll tell you. That and more besides. But this stays between us. Understood? Welcome, Logan. Should be a few million on what? On the market book? What? Are you talking about Magic the Gathering, Logan? Is that a Magic the Gathering joke? Or do I have to actually buy something outrageous to complete this quest? I doubt it. Since we took care of business with that wizard dude and left Ul'dah, I've been roaming the land like a proper vagabond. in the course of which I helped a child in need. You've already met the little scamp. I came upon him one day, all on his lonesome. Lonesome. His face caked in dirt. A war orphan, like so many out there. Upon learning what I did for a living, he decided that he would learn swordplay and begged me to teach him. Wouldn't take no for an answer, the stubborn bugger, and he's been following me around ever since. Now those that came to me with threats, they mistook the boy for my own, and took him hostage, and demanded that I pull out of the tournament. If it were just my own head, I wouldn't think twice about risking it, but I won't gamble with someone else's life. The boy may not be my flesh and blood, but he is in danger on my account. And here we are. What can I say? In spite of myself, I've taken to a rascal. Hey there, back together. I knew it was you from the moment we fought. Milia, my dear? See, this is the problem when I start doing quests I've only ever read in my head. You are as ravishing as ever. Spare me. All this time and you couldn't bestir yourself to send a single God's damned letter. They're so in love. Easy on the anger now. 'Twould be right shame to line that beautiful face with wrinkles. That's neither here nor there. Now tell me why you've returned. As hasty as ever, too, I see. If you must know, rumors had reached me of a free paladin named Valgaunt whose skills were beyond compare. Precisely how far beyond compare that his skills had become, I simply had to see, nay, test for myself, so I made my way back to Ul'dah. When I arrived, I learned that the prestigious Uld Cup had been revived. If Val enters, I'd get my wish. If he doesn't, I'd just have to settle for winning the tournament and resuming my wanderings. With little help from an old friend, I acquired an invitation and found myself a suitably menacing full-face helm. Being somewhat of a pariah, it wouldn't do to be seen, you see? If you went through all that effort for the sake of fighting Val, why did you withdraw? Simply put, to make way for money. Not mine, mind you, but someone else's. As you know, a tournament of this scale sees stupendous sums of coin moved, and there are some who would stop at nothing to ensure it moves their way. Well, it turned out that Black Lotus was standing between an especially unscrupulous crew and their fortune, and so they took my boy and threatened his life. A boy? Aye. Well, it's a rather embarrassing tale. Let's save it for after I'm a few tankards in. Someone wants to win Val at all costs. While I do not disagree with their choice of champion, their methods do not sit well with me. Ah, but I'm afraid the rest will have to wait. The danger hasn't passed. Though I did it as I was told, they hadn't kept their part of the bargain. I meant to mount a rescue, and for this I could use your help. I knew I could count on you, for of all, we must track down the match-fixing, child-abducting villain. For the sake of haste, let's split up and investigate. If you could ask for shady sorts in these parts, I'll see to the nearby areas. They do need to kiss already. A child? What the hells did he... John D. Arthur, thank you for the super chat. A very different genre, but the skeleton talk brought to mind my favorite recentish anime was Skullface Bookseller Honda. But my all-time is Nichiju. Skullface Bookseller Honda? Is this a... Wait, is this actually animated? Is this a real show? Oh my goodness, it's adorable. And he sells books? That looks really cute. That looks super cute. I would check that out in a heartbeat. And Nichiju is... there's a deer in the back of the class? Oh, I've seen this girl used in memes and such, as well as the cat. Okay. I haven't really watched anything like this. But it would be fun. Slice of life, yes. I've never watched anything like it. I mean, I've done like card captors, because we went through, Chris and I, when we first met, went through our back catalog of animes together. Yeah, that's the whole story. But I invited Kristen over to my place. We were in college together. Invited her back to my place. I ran into my place and I shoved my D&D books under the bed in full embarrassment that the D&D books might give me away as some sort of nerd. To her response was, "Oh, my dad used to play D&D. I always wanted to." And then we started watching anime, and now we're married. And we have kids and such. Card captors, yeah, so we watched all the card captors. She watched Hellsing, though, so I didn't really show her Hellsing. She was super bored with Dragon Ball Z, and honestly, I kind of get bored with it too, so, you know, it's fair. She introduced me to Cowboy Bebop. I had watched Escaflowne. I think that was one of the ones that I would have had to know in order to get in her good graces. Then we just started watching random shit. New stuff. Yeah, Garrett's furiously typing somewhere. Probably. I get kind of bored. I'm gonna say, I might get bored. It's too slow. But yeah, I'll check those out. Those look fun. Kit Ludden, good to see you. I know it's older, but I love Inuyasha. What? Sesshomaru is just beautiful. Is that a character in Inuyasha? Oh, yes. Ah, yes. The dude with the pelt. I really, really like the... I was thinking about Inuyasha when I was watching Chainsaw Man recently, because I really like their demon design. I really like that classic anything goes blobby kind of style. And I remember watching Inuyasha out of order and being like, oh my god, this is crap on Adult Swim. But then I actually sat down and watched it episode to episode, and while it didn't move as fast as I would have liked it, I was still kind of like, you know, this is kind of cute. Oh yeah, doesn't the girl wear like a schoolgirl uniform, so she is an isekai, like she fell into another world? I guess so, right? With all the sitting. But don't they at some point like lose all the demon stones and then you have to just like restart again? So I think I fell off. I was watching through and I was like, oh, you know, this is actually pretty good in order. I'm actually kind of digging this. And then I think they lost all their demon stones suddenly, and I was like, oh crap. I don't want to do it again. Ranma, that was one that Kristen showed me too. She was like, you gotta watch Ranma. So Kristen worked in a video rental store in high school. And it wasn't Blockbuster. It was one of those off brands. But the owner there was super into anime, so he always shared with her all the imports that would come in. And so she always watched Ranma and stuff like that. There was a show, someone was showing off a anime in the Discord yesterday where like there was a cat girl dancing around in like a leopard print suit, and it was modern, but the animation very much reminded me of Ranma. Ranma's great. Ranma's really solid comedy. I really, really like it, particularly the pig guy. He always made me laugh. I'm not familiar with that one, Fei. I'm not familiar with that one. Let me take a look. No, I've never watched this. Nadesico? Kind of reminds me of, is it Vanguard? The one where all the men are dead, or there's a planet of only women, and there's a guy that ends up on the ship, and the robots are computerized, but it doesn't really matter because it's not really a giant robot anime. It's more just about, like, the last dude in space. And something about a planet of all women. Vandred. Thank you. Thank you for the help. Dagon Val just kiss. All right, it's true. It's true. It's, you know, you got the ruffian. It's a cute romance. I was sad, honestly, when it farted off in the direction of, like, more paladin-y things there. Because I was like, what? But they're great. Like, the Gladiator questline I really, really like. I think it's pretty good. DJ, thank you for the 4-month membership. Nichi Ju is my favorite anime of all time. Slice of life with absurd, cracked tastefully to 11. And I cannot recommend it enough. I will check it out then. I've certainly seen it. Digimon, yes, Digimon is an isekai. That's very true. And Digimon is great. I watched it with my son recently. It was very fun. Amy McWilliams, thank you for the super chat. Says, hi, Kyle. Well, hi, Amy. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, the Gladiator bit, like, it's great. And you, like, meet, I don't remember if he's a wizard or not, but you fight that guy. And the camera was doing some interesting stuff for, like, the first time in Realm Reborn. I was like, oh, I'm totally into this. I think I have a Lalafell here. Let me see. I think I'm a little echoey. What do I got? Oh, that's deep.
There we go. What? You to laugh at me? Well, there's plenty round here hoping to strike it rich. Don't know any bookmakers myself. Don't have the coin for that. But someone's bound to.
I've never gotten super into, like, I watched growing up VR Troopers, which would probably be, like, the most obscure thing, and, like, Big Bad Beetleborgs, Power Rangers naturally, but I really, really liked VR Troopers. But I've never spent a lot of time watching live action. So if there are recommendations for, like, an entry point live action, particularly something that's not too violent, like if I could watch it with my son, he's 3 in a few months. So he's starting to get into Power Rangers a little bit, but, you know, it's like some of the monsters can be a little scary. So we've sort of fallen off that. Gambling? Match fixing? What are you even talking about? Kidnapping? Oh, gods. I never imagined they'd go to that. Ah, me and my big mouth. All right. I'll tell you what I know. Least I can do to clear my conscience. This black market bookmaker, he has no established base. The better to avoid authorities. But right now he has a lackey near the Gate of Thal. Say to the fellow the words, doubt the truth, and he'll tell you where to go. Now leave me. You didn't hear any of this from me. Yeah, Troopers 3, go! Virtual reality trooper. It was great. There was also the one where the guy would go inside a computer. I think it was like VR Man or something. He'd go inside a computer and, like, fight Godzilla. And I think he was a computer chip, or maybe he was like antivirus or something like that. I don't remember. That one I watched when I was really young. No, it wasn't Reboot. No, Reboot was ugly. I remember Reboot. Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad. Let's see. Yep, that's it. That's it. Yes! Yes, that's it. Oh, man. This. Yeah, I had some toys. I had some toys of this. I remember thinking it was the shit, and then it just disappeared because, you know, we didn't have streaming and stuff. So it just like straight up disappeared off the TV. And I never knew what it was or where it went. Hell yeah. Now, Reboot was ugly at the time. I could not do Reboot. Reboot was weird. Plus, I didn't really know any like computer terminology, so it was just really confusing when they were like, I'm sure it wasn't terribly accurate, but they had to like go to the mainframe and back and forth. It was super confusing. I did not like Reboot. And then the kid, the dog, But Big Bad Beetleborgs was great, you know, for some reason using Haunted Mansion assets. Something about that. But Shady Swords talking wager on the Ool Cup. Haven't seen any myself, but safe to say they're out there. It's Ul'dah after all. Okay, well, I guess we had to finish that, right? Now we need to go to the guy. And I assume that's near the front gate. Oh, nope. Just in time. Jay Leno. Yeah, the Jay Leno dude. There's Frankenstein. There was a vampire or something. It was just really bad. But it was good. Also, Mystic Knights of Tirmanogue. You know, and if anybody watched everything on Fox Kids, you know that fine show. I don't know if that one was actually like a translated show or not, though. It kind of seemed like it was just going full knockoff. But you never know. Watched it in Germany? Mystic Knights, Tirmanogue. I really liked Ronin Warriors. Ronin Warriors was solid. I would say that's probably my first anime I ever watched. Yeah, I thought it was just a full knockoff. Like it was weird. That was a super weird made. Samurai Pizza Cats. I mean, now we're getting into like, you know, Cows of Moo Moo Mesa and Street Sharks. I would say Street Sharks more well known than Cows of Moo Moo Mesa, which wasn't bad. It's just that Cows wasn't a very good basis to build a action figure franchise on. Transformers Cybertron was pretty all right. I mean, Beast Wars, yeah, Beast Wars had a really thick story. I really didn't like when they went to Cybertron. What was it? Beast Machines? The sequel? And Optimus Prime got like really preachy. He became like a priest. And he was always spouting like the religion of Cybertron. It was just kind of awkward. It made me feel weird as like a kid. I felt like I was watching a cult or something. Also, Optimus Prime was great. And he was always throwing down. And then all of a sudden he was like not being aggressive. It was weird. But again, like I was watching it on like serialized television, right? Like it was coming at me at whatever episodes they decided to give. Rat Trap Best Boy. I liked the Velociraptor. I forget his name. I like the Velociraptor. Also, really good Megatron voice actor there. Beast Machines is better on a rewatch? Probably. Watching it out of order was probably not particularly good. Cult of Cybertron sounds like a thing. Macros? I don't think I ever watched Macros. What are you gawking at? Piss off. Say, doubt the truth. Oh, this is cozy. Raining at night. Oh, a customer. Collecting, aren't you? Then I'll be over by the Sultan Tree. Just so you know, it might be a bit noisy. My mate's there babysitting at the moment. Evil babysitting. Metabots? I did like Robotech? Yeah, Robotech had a really solid video game. I think it was back on Xbox Plane. I like the one-upmanship of Robotech that they were cars, jets, and robots. As though to stick it to Transformers. Yeah, there's no way you can be cool. Scrubby Stripling. Yeah, what do you want? Well done. Nice reference. You want my what? Whatever this clown is. Get him. Yep, we passed that one off to Garrett. If he was with us, he would take that one. Big O? I had no idea what Big O was about, and I've never known what blue something is about either. Check out the German opening for Mystic Knights. Hella good? All right. All right, I'm gonna finish this first. The child is unharmed. Uncle Aldi, I'm so sorry. If only I was stronger. That's nothing a little training won't fix. By the way, have you thanked Val here yet? Oh, right. Thank you for saving me. At first I thought you were one of the crooks, but you're a really nice person. Oh, and you're really strong as well. I'm gonna train so hard so I can be strong too. Look after myself. Allow me to thank you also, my friend. And lest you wonder, I haven't been idle either. I managed to find solid evidence implicating the ex-sellsword Odie, our friend whom you saw me having a chat with. The brass blades have been alerted to his shenanigans, and he'll be in trouble. He'll be troubling us no more. Wait, did that boy just call you Uncle? Aye, well, I'm a little too far gone to be his playmate. What of it? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you assumed he was, you know. Ha! That certainly explains your black mood. To prevent further misunderstanding, he isn't mine. I chanced to him, and we became fast friends, is all. Oh, well, it's not like I cared or anything, Baka. It's just, given how long you were gone, I wouldn't have been surprised is all. Nah, I take a lot longer than that to grow him this big. That's true. It's nothing to laugh about. Ah, but it is. At any rate, all's well that ends well. It's just a pity that dream match between me and Val could not be. Don't be so quick to give up. Your evidence that you were being threatened, have you not? I believe there's a good chance we can still make it happen. The Yule Cup generates such excitement as the Coliseum has not seen in generations. The organizers would have to be hopeless fools to forego the chance to crown it off with a grand final. I will lodge a formal petition. In my capacity as Guildmaster, the match will take place. Just you watch. Ha! That's my Malia? As brilliant as you are beautiful. The first sword's as good as her word, my friend. Our match is guaranteed thing. When we finally meet in the arena, let us hold nothing back. And no harsh feelings if I win, yes? I will go and entrust the young ones to the care of the brass blades. Pray, come and see me at the guild afterwards. They're so cute. They're so cute. Oop. Oop. Nope. Oop. Oop. Gotta save the bucks. Did you watch and like AOT and Code Geass Attack on Titan? Yes, I really like Attack on Titan season 1 and 2. 3, I believe the end of Attack on Titan is horrible. I'm so disappointed. Joey, what's on the docket? We're gonna finish up this paladin quest. Then we'll have our final paladin ability. Then we will watch a Wes Albert video about how to play paladin, because apparently I'm a wizard now. And then we're gonna watch half of a video by Jesse Cox about the magic system we learned about with Oriange last time, because I'm still confused. There's the docket. All of it. I've not seen Code Geass, but I think I'm confusing the name with Gaunt's, and Gaunt's was like really edgelordy for me, and I was like, that was the Gaunt's was the kind of like edgelordiness I wasn't into. That's the die in the game, die for real, but I just didn't like it. But no, this is something else. I just think I've seen Code Geass, and I've been like, I don't want to watch that. That looks like Gaunt's, and I didn't like Gaunt's. I'm a shallow man. I'm very shallow when it comes to anime. That's why I watch everything that has So I accidentally slipped into the universe and became a sword. Because I'm like, I understand this title. Oh, okay. I have looked this up. I didn't like the face animations. So there's my shallowness on display. I looked it up and I was like, oh my god, I'm not a fan of the animation style. But the robots look kind of decent. Let's see a little more robot. Yeah, the robots look decent. Okay. I can get over the faces. Obviously. Like, I would insult Escaflone's faces. I think Escaflone has bad face drawings too. The weird nose thing they got going on. But you get over it because it's great. So I could get over that. I could do that. Clamp? Oh, is Clamp the name of it? Yeah, well, I only have limited time on this earth. I'm going to be shallow about certain things, and one of those is what I spend watching, right? Particularly if I'm going to, like, lock down and watch it. That is a really, really high bar. And I don't really like having side screen entertainment. Particularly at the end of my day. I just like one thing. I want to play one game. I want to play Magic the Gathering. I want to play, like, Slay the Spire. I just want to, like, really space. So I don't watch a lot of things on the side. If I'm going to watch, I get set up. I go on the couch. I lounge. I prepare. I get the popcorn. And what's disappointing, it's like I've put a whole evening into preparing for this. Devilman Crybaby? No, I haven't seen that. My thanks, Val. With your help, not only you'll be able to save Aldis's boy, we may yet spare the tournament an unceremonious end. All that remains is to convince the organizers to host the final. Knowing them, though, it won't require much convincing. On the subject of the boy, I would thank you for keeping my little misunderstanding to yourself. Now then, I must be about my business. Until such time as the match is confirmed, take what rest you can. You will need it. I think we're good. Yeah, diving right on it. All right, I said I want to listen to the, if I can spell Tiermanogue. German Mystic Knights of Tiermanogue opener. Oh my god, this is as cheeseball as I remember it. Holy hell. Wow. Demonetized? Let's see. Hang on. Reuse allowed. Okay, great. That's not the one? Okay, we'll have to find it. Can you post in the Discord for me? If you have a link it in the content. That's not the one? Still, man, a blast from the past. A blast from the past. Oh my goodness. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Yeah, see if you can find it. It's official, Val. The Coliseum has agreed to host the Yule Cup final anew. In the interest of maintaining excitement, things are already in motion, and lest you wonder, Odie has since been apprehended by the Brass Blades and cannot hinder the proceedings. Aldis has been informed and makes ready even as we speak, and you should likewise see to your own preparations. When all is in order, the tournament registrar will escort you through the arena. Suffice it to say, I shall be cheering you on from the viewing gallery. Good luck, Val, and give Aldis a kiss for me with the rim of your shield. How'd you miss that show? King Arthur and the Knights of Justice? Oh, I don't think I watched that one. I don't think I watched King Arthur and the Knights of Justice. Wait, did I? Wait, hang on. 1992. Okay, that would be outside of, like, word memory for me. I would have been 5. Oh, holy shit. Whoa, look at this picture. I don't remember Jack, but I remember the stalag tighted. Horse. Yeah, I don't remember anything, but I remember that horse. I really like serialized tell. I really like going through old He-Mans. I lent it out, so I don't have it right now. But I love the old D&D cartoon. I really like that stuff. I really like Yu-Gi-Oh. That's comfort. That's some big comfort for me. Just episodes that aren't really going anywhere. Nowadays, I'm all about plot because I want to like finish something. I want to talk to people about it. But I got some comfort picks. This is it, my lord. No more sudden changes of plans. Are you ready to proceed? I'm ready. I'm ready. Captain N? I don't remember Captain N. No, I don't remember Captain N. Oh, wow, this is a mess. I did watch a lot of, like Mighty Max and that sort of thing. Nintendo characters. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, at long last, the moment you've all been waiting for.
What's
Get back here. The moment you've all been waiting for. Before this starts, I want to know something. Is it true Black Lotus is actually Aldis, the Sword of Knowledge? What? Black Lotus? I must ask you to remove your helm. Meanwhile, I'm in my own helm. Shock. Balls, it's really him. What'll happen now? Nothing'll happen. That's what. Once expelled, the gladiator may not fight in the Colosseum again. There'll be no match. Aye, that's right. All this time it was me. I'm the last person who needs to be reminded of my own banishment. If you wish to call off the final, then so be it. I'll not argue. Nonetheless, I ask you this. Will you not let Val and I fight? We promised to give you a match that the bard shall sing of, long sing of. I sent the clip of the Thal's Balls about him entering it and all the pop-up. Oh, come on. One of the greatest swordsmen of our age is about to cross swords with a fabled hero, and you have to even think about it? Everyone here must be aching to see them fight. Is this not so? Thal's Balls. Thank you, McDowell. If there is any indication of dishonest contact, I shall take his head myself. But give them a chance, I say. Remember the incredible performances they've been giving us so far, and imagine how much final it will be. Rabble, 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 rabble. The first sword speaks true. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. 'Twould be a crying shame to have it end like this. I listened to Amelia. I came here for a final and I won one, damn it. Me too. I've watched Aldis since I was a lad, and I want to watch him fight again. Let it happen. Rules be damned. These outfits are so dumb. You have no objections, Val? Looks sweet. Butt bread? Aye, butt bread. I must confess that I, too, have awaited the match with bated breath. There will be a time enough afterwards to revisit past misdeeds. Huzzah! There you have it, Aldis. You have the blessing of our present. Don't ever change. Come, Val. Your opponent is the Sword of Nald. With my tiny shield. Huh? Help desk. The last guy I fought had some, mechanics. That was kind of cute. Ooh. His speciality. Yeah, see, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with that button. That's why we're gonna watch a video. Oh, he gets to charge and I can't too. What a nerd. Ooh, 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 ooh. Took much longer in bad gear, I'm sure. Yeah, because I would be in full-blown, like, top raid gear for Stormblood, I think. Oh, is he doing it again? He's doing it again. Yeah, if I'm going like this slow, and this is perfectly thematic, but in this gear, I can imagine that maybe this was actually kind of a trial. Like this was, a pretty thorough little challenge. The champion of the Uld Cup. No magic tricks, need no wizardry here. Not pressing my other big damage button? Probably. A magnificent performance from the start to finish. Such exquisite blade work I have seldom beheld. Now then, perchance, have you heard that the champion would be awarded a rare tome? One which holds the secret techniques of the first captain of the Sultan Swan. Apparently, yes. Papashan, if you'd be so kind. Here, if I may speak plain, your grace. The tome does not exist. Well, well. I see what you did there, Master Papashan. You revived not only the Sultan's Seegan's tournament, but his vision as well. Seems a history lesson is in order, Final Fantasy. Of course it is. During his reign, Sultan Sasagan Ul Seegan invited swordsmen from all over the land of Ul'dah to fight in his own elite in a tournament. In time, such tournaments came to attract sellswords, giving rise to a national institution, the Grand Diversion, that is the Colosseum. While that was a defining development in Ul'dah, historians believe that, in the bringing together of expert swordsmen, the Sultan's true intent was to advance the gladiatorial arts. But when the balance of power shifted away from the royalists, the royal house lost access to the enormous funds needed to host grand tournaments. The revival of the Ul Cup, the promise of a non-existent prize, all of it was in emulation of Sultan Sasagan's vision. You're most perceptive, Aldis. The true purpose in bringing together the highest names in sellswords was to raise the gladiators higher, as the Sultan once did. And though we walk in the footsteps, our destination lies a little farther. For it is in my hope that not only Ul'dah, but Eorzea as a whole is strengthened. From the Garlean menace to the beast tribes and their primal, the realm is faced with numerous threats. It will all, if we all protect our homes and loved ones, we must keep our blades sharp and our shields strong. Forgive me, Your Grace. Had you known there was neither tome nor technique, I feared you would not consent to this tournament. You should have consulted with me first. As it stands, we must needs find another means of rewarding our champion. My dear Val, speak unto me your desire. I shall do mine utmost to bestow it. Oh, sure. Then they can kiss. A noble request befitting your kind-hearted self. Ere I grant it, however, there is one thing I would know. I am given to understand that you are sentenced to exile for being party to bribery. Is this true? Do nothing. It is, Your Grace. I see. Very well, then. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, Sultana of Ul'dah, do hereby absolve you of all crimes. Huzzah. Did he mute? No, I'm still here. I think you muted. Our fair nation has need of men of your strength and skill. Now more than ever, it would be unconscionable to cast you aside. And to that champion, Val, I offer my joyous congratulations. Your victory this day shall long remain in our hearts and minds. I know there's scions in the middle of that word. Though the tournament here comes to a close, I pray all of you shall ever strive to raise your art higher for the good of all realm. Get that guy out of here. I killed like 5 of his friends too. The Sultan Sworn dude makes no sense in the story. You like kill all his friends and he's like, oh, I've wronged you, it seems. And you're surrounded by dead bodies. Maybe they didn't actually die. They got like unconscious or something, but I hate that guy. He's the worst part of the story. And the kid. Pardon me. Oh, like unconscionable? Like of conscience? You're even stronger than Uncle Artie. If I'm gonna challenge you one day, I'm gonna have to train extra hard. To think that such a motive existed for the tournament, we gladiators too must endeavor to do our part for the greater good of the realm. Hear, hear, my dear. Ah, but the thing one must do to arrange a simple match with Val, judging by how quickly you improved in a short time anyway, we have fought but a few days earlier. I like to think I would have come out on top. I like kids. It's Garrett who was throwing the kid in the fire. Let it be remembered that Garrett was the one wanting to throw the kid in the fire. So, I'm good to return to the Colosseum? You have Her Grace's personal endorsement. I'd say that's about as good as one can get. And as a finalist of the Uld Cup, you will draw decent crowds. We'd be glad to have you back. Aha, I never dreamed that this day would come. Well, I suppose I'd resume my wanderings. What? You've given a royal pardon, yet you're leaving Ul'dah again? Lady, Milia, Bread, you watch Val and I fight. For all my training during my travels, all the hardship I've subjected myself to, I was no match for him. 'Tis plain, I still want for experience, for knowledge and skill, and I won't be at peace until I gain it. Surely you understand this. Yes, but... Worry not. I will visit whenever I can. After all, there's a filly back home who whinnies incessantly about for me. And you, my free paladin friend, not only did you oblige me with a match, You rescued my boy and defended my honor besides. For that, I cannot thank you enough. I learned much and more from our encounter, and I should be glad if you had gotten something out of it also. Keenly, I look forward to our next meeting, when we shall simply square off, with no more complicating factors to distract us. We did it. he's risking that slap day and night. Day and night. Giving her a hard time. Passive arms. This concludes the Paladin quest for Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood. Complete the role quest to have loved and lost. Once you've done so, the next Paladin quest will be available from Janlins. I'm excited for the role quest. They seem like they have some really cool purpose. All right. We're going to go find... I'm level 70, Paladin. We're almost there. In fact, I have like one more... If I can get one more of these, we could turn it in and we'll be 71. Well on our way to 72. All right, we need to find a target dummy. Is there a target dummy in Shadowbringers I could go hit up? That's cool and hip and, you know, I haven't hit it before. Because we could just go to the house and beat up that one, but there's not a lot of space being a small. Use the ability. Yeah, where did it end up? Here it is. How long is the cooldown on it? I've seen it done in our raids. It's badass. It's a badass ability. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Lakeland at the fort with Aetheryte. Cool. Let's go there. How would I map there even? Isn't that Fort Job? Or would it be the other fort? Either way, this will put us in Realm. All right, yeah, awesome. Probably the other one, right? Because that was more of like a training kind of place. The Imperative. Oh, does Mork Soup have dummies? I'd be down to check out those dummies. Plus, we get the cool... Do Ploop quests for flying? We'll probably do those with Garrett, so we won't do that one. As I would get out ahead of him and then leave him chilling. Leave him hanging. Where is it here? Is it up on the steps? Oh, they're too close to enemies? Yeah, we're going to be chilling for a bit. We're going to be watching a video and stuff, so... Do dummies appear on the map? Are there dummies here? Like moving through molasses. No, it's not on the map. Welcome, Crush. Wait, Crush Cass? Crush Cass? Are you Crushinator? This is your YouTube account? We gotta go. Oh, it is at Fort Job? Okay. Oh, cool, cool. How's just the HOTS casting? Nice, nice. All right, where are the ones here? Are they also slightly outside? Are there target dummies here? Should we go to Soup? We got a graveyard. Welcome to the most messed up chat in existence. No, we just been talking about Isekai. It's not messed up. What was that? Oh. Oh, what's down here? Ooh. Oh, cool. That's a nice room. Wait, they said Fort Job, they meant Fort Job. Aren't I at Fort Job? I'm at Fort Job. Is this not the Fort Job? Here, is Faye coming to show me? Are you here to show me where I'm supposed to be looking? Wait, you're teleporting. Oh, okay. We're going to the soup. We're gonna go soup. Pony's a little higher res than mine. Ah, cool, cool. Oh, those guys shouldn't be trouble. And if I die horribly while AFK, then so be it. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. All right. We're gonna get these. We're gonna watch that training video. We're gonna enjoy the chill music. But first, I will be right back. All right. Pardon me. We are back. And I missed quite a while we were plowing through this quest. I appreciate Boki86. Thank you for the super chat. There's probably no bigger difference between the English and German openings of Mega Man. Completely different vibe. Mega Man has some of the most bizarre localizations, like that original cover. Was that Mega Man they did? That's just horrible. Horrible box art. Yeah. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all after that happened. Just atrocious. Like what fantasy are you supposed to be like getting into with whatever the hell happened there? Oh my god. What, Capcom overall? You meant the I was going off on the box, but let's see if we can find the Mega Man cartoon. Because I watched it quite a bit. That was the one where you had the rocket dog, right? The rocket dog. I'll have to see if I can find it. Oh, cool. I was sent some wedding pictures here. We were talking about earlier. We were congratulating Boss Das on getting married. So we got some wedding pictures here coming through. Ah, yeah, I see you went with the Moogle. Seems a lot of most go with the Moogle. Good time, good time, good time. 90s X-Men Japanese opener? I didn't know it got translated to Japanese. Okay, here we go. We're gonna open the Mystic Knights one, then we'll see if we can find the German the German Mega Man.
Now the children have no.
Wait, why would this be the German version? If anything, this gives more backstory to the English version. GI. Wow. That's amazing. That is outrageous. Popular band in Germany at the time, huh? I think it's better too. I think it's better too. That's definitely CGI. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Welcome, Ray. We've been talking about shows. We've been talking about shows in different translations. So apparently we need now to find the German opener for Mega Man. The German opening for Mega Man. Wow, this is actually... Wow, okay. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And McDowell super chatted, Doll's balls, back a while ago. Doll's balls. No, I was just listening to the music. I was just listening to music for that one. I like it. I like, yeah, definitely. There's no harder in the world, though, than Yellow Line from Red Line. That is such a, oh my God. Oh, I love that song so much. There is nothing to destroy a pair of speakers like the Red Line soundtrack. It is so good. It is so amazing. I've seen some of the Digimon openers. Yeah, they're bizarre. There's some variety in there for sure. All right, we got, let's see, where we going? We got Mystic Knights. I got some windows to close here with Mystic Knights. And then we got that chilling there. Got all these anime recommendations I'm saving for later. There's a ton of people, like, it's not just Garrett. There are tons of people who do oh, I'm not going to watch Red Line. I've seen the best clips anyway. I'm good. And it's just like, what? It's an absurd tale. And it has a special place in my heart because it came, I watched it a very, very tough time in my life, and it made me happy during a tough time. So Red Line will always have some extra bonus points in it there. But, man, you can't just watch race clips and then say you've seen it. It's great. All right, we were going to watch... Oh, where did it go? Oh, no, where did... I seem to have lost my Wesk Albert video. Space Dandy? Space Dandy's fun. Space Dandy, as I type words at the same time, is really solid. Okay, we should be able to skip forward on quite a bit of this. Yeah, I'd closed it up amongst the other things we were up to.
But the name will differ. You'll get used to the icons and animations as you go, but it's a rule to
You know,
follow.
it's...
Or maybe go based on which tank has more gear.
It jumped here to 7 minutes. I guess it has... Did I never finish this video? Did I only watch to Iron Will at level 10? Shield Bash, Shield Lob. Oath Mastery and Sheltron. Okay, that's about the bar. Yeah, well, these are extremely thick. These are hearty guides.
Level 35, Oath Mastery, and Sheltron. Oath
So I just want to hear what he says about Oath
a
Mastery.
big upgrade into a full-on bar.
And then we're going to get to his
Iron Will is now
whiz-biz
a big
part.
shield embellishment when activated. A lot more obvious than a small gem, but the real part of this skill is the bar itself. Filling the bar is done by hitting anything with auto attacks. You get 5 gauge for every auto attack. But you will notice that entering any duty, the bar begins full. To make the associated skill easier to start using, Paladin will begin every duty with a full 100 gauge. So let's talk about that skill, which is Sheltron. Sheltron will guarantee all attacks are blocked for 4 seconds, at the cost of 50 gauge. You will likely have noticed by now that your shields have a block stat and block attacks intermittently.
Did I notice? My shield has a block stat. Oh, block strength, block rate. Okay.
You will even be told how much the block negated. This does add up to some significant reduction in damage over time.
Help desk?
But the
That's what
problem
I'm
is
going
that
off
it's
of.
random. Sheltron solves that downside for a couple of seconds. It's very short, but some decent mitigation. Can even reach levels over 20% depending on the quality of your shield and the dungeon you are in. And due to your auto attacks occurring often, you'll get a lot of uses of Sheltron, as if this is a 30-second...
So block
or
is a
shorter
chance,
cooldown.
like on a dice roll?
Don't be afraid to use this often for reducing damage from trash mobs, or big hitting tank busters and bosses. You'll almost always have this available. Level 38, Sentinel. Sentinel is a...
Okay. I don't need to watch that. I was just seeing the Sheltron business, seeing if there's anything special I should be watching there. But that just seems like... Okay, here's Clemency. Oh, Clemency's big. Gosh, was that long ago? I guess I have just been leveling. Wait, Divine Veil? Wait, what the heck's Divine... Okay, Goring Blade. Opener. Hallowed Ground. Circle of Scions. Hallowed Ground. Okay, Hallowed Ground is the invincible one. Intervention, Holy Spirit, Clemency. What the heck is Divine Veil?
Level 56, Divine Veil.
Oh!
On a 90-second cooldown, this places
Okay.
a buff on you. Upon receiving spell-based healing from you or your party, everyone within 15 yalms of yourself will be given a shield with 10% of your maximum HP. That's your HP, not each individual party member's. You yourself do not get this shield either, and both buffs will last for 30 seconds each. The vast majority of uses for this are not completely up to you. You need to hit the Divine Veil button, but your healer is the one that actually activates the buff. You can't, and when you can, shouldn't, heal yourself. You
Myself
can't do
or a
anything
party
beyond
member.
tell your healer you used it for them to use some sort of heal themselves. But there's a problem in itself. Did you place the buff?
Did I buy a skip? No. No. Just buttons have been appearing and I don't know how to use them. Because story and dungeons. So this thing had a bunch of text on it. My brain went, yeah, I'll pop mitigation. It's fine. So I can heal myself though, right? He just said I couldn't. Or I shouldn't? All your spells heal you now. Oh, shouldn't. Okay.
Buff at the right time. There's a 30-second window for the buff, sure, but if you yourself have not taken damage, the healer isn't going to bother throwing a heal on you just to activate Divine Veil. So to make use of Divine Veil best, you want to try and preempt when the healer might give you a spell-based heal.
Okay.
So anytime you have a decent chunk of HP remaining, or maybe the healer is overhealing, pop Divine Veil to try and spread a shield around to the group. It's a good way to protect.
So for the most part, you don't ever want to cast the heal. But obviously, if you're in a situation where everyone's dying or you need to heal yourself or healers are busy, then you should emerge blah blah. You have caveats. Yeah. I get it.
The team. Level 58, Chivalry. Riot Blade and Spirits Within have been given an upgrade. Both of these will now restore MP. Riot Blade restoring 1000 MP and Spirits Within 500 MP.
Oh.
Note that Riot Blade requires you to use it in a combo. You can't spam Riot Blade alone to generate mana. This upgrade is because of the other skill we get at this level. Level 58, Clemency. Costing a massive 4000 mana, this is a single target heal on a 1.5 second cast time. This restores 1000 potency of healing to the target.
When was this made? This was made in... When was this made? Why is the date hidden? Oh, probably because I'm in like theater mode. Here we go. March 15th. Did it change? Why is his so expensive? Why does his cost 4,000? Oh, when you go higher level, it costs more? That seems suck. That sucks. Oh, traded for less.
And
okay.
if you heal a party member, you will also be healed for 50% of the power of the heal given to your team member. And this is a button you will not be using. When solo, sure, Clemency. When in a party, you don't normally need this.
Okay.
A lot of paladins for some reason think, I am missing HP.
Yeah.
This means I'm going to die.
Yeah.
Well, that missing HP is 2 of the 20,000
Cool,
HP.
let's put you over there then.
No, it does not mean that. It means you're missing HP and you're still safe. So the healer has done their job. If nobody is dying due to lack of heals, if you're living just fine, you don't need to start spamming Clemency. Your healer has a lot of tools for healing. Let them use them. You're not helping by using Clemency on the guy that the healer just used it.
Well, I don't think the guide is wrong. I think that what I like about Westcalibur's guides is he talks about extremes. And he talks in extremes like when you watch his Red Mage video, for instance. He says, no one except healers should ever do rezzing. It is not your job as Red Mage to do rezzing. And it's like, well, yes, obviously, the person with the job to do the job should do the job. But in certain situations, and that's when you break the rules, you know the rules so you can break them. Like art, like many things in life. We obey the rules, but sometimes, you jaywalk because of emergency situations. He does have I think he wears sunglasses and he does kind of a
big ability on. You just made the healer regret healing at all. That isn't to say there's no uses for Clemency. One of my favorite uses is pre-pull Divine Veil. Before any boss, I will stop, pop Divine Veil, and wait for my party to reach the boss arena. I will Clemency before starting the fight to give the team a shield.
Cute.
Any boss that has some form of raid-wide attack in the first 30 seconds will have that attack negated by Divine Veil. Or let's take the example of,
but I
someone
don't get this right.
did die. The healer, you can't completely replace them, but adjusting your rotation to spam Riot Blade combos, you can become the healer. Lightning isn't going to strike twice, but go watch the Shadowbringers video in the section on Clemency. While recording, I managed to get a run where the healer died, and we still finished the boss fight. We saved time over wiping,
Just to put a D20
all
in
thanks
the air?
to Clemency spam. Which let me also just warn here, don't use Clemency as an excuse to refuse to wipe a run. Know when an act like that is warranted, when the boss is already nearly dead. The point is, Clemency does have uses. The issue is a lot of paladins use it when it shouldn't be used. So the full breadth of
Jedi.
uses for clemencies for me are
I'm a solo
Great Pull
player,
Divine
damn it.
Veil, when the healer dies and I need to take over healing. The healer lets me die and shows they need help, and if I myself mess up my cooldowns.
Okay.
If I messed up my cooldown rotation, I'll tell my healer straight up, I messed up my cooldowns, so I will use Clemency as a cooldown. This way, I admit fault, show I am not distrusting of them all of a sudden, and I don't need to slow down a run when my group is obviously handling wall-to-wall pulling with no
This
issue.
is a little advanced. Like
This
we don't.
isn't, oops, I used one extra Sheltron, or I used Reprisal when I didn't need that.
I don't think I need to worry
It will
about this
be,
stuff.
I have literally nothing else except for Clemency. No Sentinel, no Hollowed Ground, no anything. It takes that much
Sometimes,
for
like,
me to
what's
use
important,
Clemency.
right? It's an MMO game. You got to be able to, navigate the waters,
It will
and tanks
never
come
be
under
a
fire pretty
default
often.
Reaction. If my HP is dropping low, I will assume that was intentional. If people aren't healed, I assume this is intentional. Until the moment we die, I trust the healer has a plan. Because much like
He's also arguing with his own audience, right? Like I did a lot of this when I made Here's the Storm guides. You're presenting a level of information to. So he's making a bit of a misstep here in content creation, but I also fully understand where he's understanding and where he's coming from. Because he's trying to make a guide that you can stop at any point. That's what I love about these. Is I go back to him every 10 levels or whatever. In this case, like every 30 levels. And I watch until I get to my new abilities, and then I turn it off. Here he's arguing with his own audience that would say, no, you shouldn't ever use Clemency at all. And then he presented a way why you should use it, but then had to counter back himself in a social sphere to let people who would naysay him know that I understand, but here's the social implications of what you're doing, right?
you have a plan with Divine Veil, they have a plan with their own cooldowns. Trust your healer until you are a corpse. The penalty for death is
But I like the
pretty
shield
low
thing. It's pretty
anyway.
cool. The shield idea.
Level 60, Rage.
And he also mentioned, like, don't heal yourself when you're the last thing alive. Like, he's got a little bit of anger in him, and I like it. I think he makes great guides because it's very firm. He also did a great job about why you should clear out your bags and what to keep, and it was very angry, and I was like, holy shit, who is this guy? It was the first video I'd ever watched. I loved it, because that kind of tough love gets through to me. Like I was talking about earlier, I'm very dense, but once I get something, I can kind of play with it.
Rage of Halone Mastery and Royal Authority. Rage of Halone Mastery upgrades it into Royal Authority. It's up to a 390 potency attack when used in a combo. It's nice, arguably worse animation.
How I don't have him subbed? Oh yeah, I guess I could. This is I'm on the Grinding Gear account right now, so this is the work account. On my personal account, yeah. But yeah, let's go and do it. Not even a like? Hell yeah, you're absolutely
It doesn't
right.
change how we play the job. But it does mean we see a different button in our level 60 opener. Just remember it's the same as Rage of Halone. And the new goal of our opener is to buff Goring Blade twice.
Oh, you just reminded me too. In fact, I was planning on whenever we watch a video, let's actually leave a comment below because I've been horrible about that. We watched like a ton of videos last week. We watched Pints videos and all sorts of crap. We had tons of compliments for the videos, and then we just didn't even. So we'll leave a comment too. We'll leave a comment before we watch or after we watch a video.
Consider that Goring is 21 seconds long, and Fight or Flight is 25 seconds. That means we can fit in the full duration of Goring Blade and then refresh it to give it added boosts. This is
What's the inventory video? I'll see if I can find it for you.
called snapshotting, buffing the entire dot before the buff runs out. Shield Lob.
Okay, I don't
Fast
want to get
Blade,
into level
Fight
60
or Flight.
rotation because I got other spells
Right.
to learn.
Level 62, Intervention. Let's just change the name of cover to Intervention Derogatory, because while it loses out on the pure strength available, all
Oh.
the downsides are also gone, costing 50 gauge and having a 30 yalm range, 3 times that of cover. The target of this ability will take 10% less damage for 6 seconds. Further, if Rampart or Sentinel are active, this becomes a 20% damage reduction. This cannot be used on yourself. The niche uses of cover remain, but Intervention is just a million times more useful for general usage. There's no tiny range,
Oh, it
it
only has
doesn't
a 10-second
potentially
cooldown.
put you at risk, but it's not nearly as effective at saving the target. A damage reduction can save them, but it's not a guarantee anymore. But of course, that range. Maybe it's just my experience, but you really notice how often players stand miles away, even when it's a bad idea when you start trying to use cover or intervention. Similarly though, there are niche uses for intervention. Pop this on your co-tank for tank busters you can't afford to cover. Or maybe you can afford to cover, but you're both tanking damage. Some bosses attack.
Okay. Take all damage intended for another party member as long as that party member remained within 10 yalms. Reduce target. What's my range? 10 yalms? 30 yalms. Reduce the targets. Oh, so I can cast on people? Sure. Alright, so there you're intervined. And then covered. Let's see this. I would have to make sure I'm selecting myself, right? Because it's healing I receive. Divine Barrier. Okay. Cover plus HG doesn't work? What is HG? Oh, Hallowed Ground. Oh, good. Yeah, good mention. That would be a cute combo I'd be very interested in. But that makes sense. The damage is pure to you, goes through. So does no mitigation work on cover? Yeah, bubble. Okay, so damage is pure from cover. And now we have intervention. Why did he call it derogatory? What? So intervention is just more available? Because cover isn't as rockin', but intervention's available all the time. No mitigation works on cover. Perfect. So they have to mitigate. Oh, okay. I see the strategy there, someone. That makes sense. They both cost gauge and do similar things. No, mit works. Wait, hang on. No, mit works. Hang on. Mitigation does work with cover? But only when the person being covered mitigates. Intervention greater than cover. Holograph is because it takes 50 gauge. And because it's so expensive, you won't be using it as often. Only, okay, I get y'all. Okay, cool.
Attack both tanks. Or there's two bosses, or an ad. You cover,
Congrats,
you
Woodsman.
probably die. But intervention protects your friend without your safety being lost. If you have gauge to spare...
Oh, that's a really actionable idea, Jin. I like that. Only time I would use cover is to cover the healer to limit break 3. That makes perfect sense. I think that's a really good idea. Cover is one of the 2 skills you don't have. Other is shield bash. Yeah, I'm not a very good paladin, obviously, because I haven't done a lot of content. But I guess if you have interject and low blow, you probably don't come across shield bash very often. On cooldown, throw it on tanks. Co-tank. Oh, that's cute. Is that it eats a global cooldown? Well, I don't know what stuns work on what, right? So eating a global cooldown wouldn't be great. You can macro it so it always goes to the co-tank. That's an interesting idea. In that case, I would want it on my main bar here, probably. Right. Ooh, you need to be locked. No, we need to be unlocked. So probably right there. Then I'll remember to switch because I have to choose my target. But the co-tank thing sounds good. I'm not going to go through and do macros today, but that's a cool idea.
And you think you need to reduce an ally's damage? Throw them in intervention. Especially if Rampart or Sentinel is already running. Don't waste them just to make intervention stronger though. It's a bonus effect, not the main intent. And technically there is a 10-second cooldown, so you can't use it back to back, but usually it won't be used that close together.
Okay.
Level 64, Divine Magic Mastery. This is a bit of quality of life and real usage. All MP costs have been cut in half, and you can't have your cast interrupted by taking damage.
Oh.
If you did use Clemency at all, you may have noticed some casts got cancelled
notice.
due to taking damage. This will no longer occur. This trait is more preparation and benefiting our other skill. Level 64, Holy Spirit. Costing 1000 mana and having a 1.5 second cast time, Holy Spirit does 250 potency of damage to a target. This is weaker than a full Royal Authority combo. In our opener, we can replace Shield Lob with this.
Oh.
Trash mobs, just stick to Shield Lob so you can keep on the move. Bosses, Holy Spirit to bring them to the middle of arenas. We'll see this in action at 70. Otherwise, when you have to disengage from the boss to dodge or such, firstly, make sure you need to disengage at all. Secondly, instead of Shield Lob, use Holy Spirit. It's more than double the power of Shield Lob, so it's an easy choice. But be warned, it will break your combo if you're in the middle of one.
Oh,
Level 66,
gross.
Enhanced
Okay, that's kind of gross. That's kind of interesting. Does Shield Lob not break my combo? It does not. Interesting. Used to. Let me see if this is a used to case. Oh, my combo's not broken. Oh, okay, cool. Neat. Well, that's nice. That's cool. That's cool. I'm glad they did that. Range fire laser. Because why not? Can I spam this? Seems like my mana regeneration. Oh no, okay. I eventually will run out of mana. But that'd be a pretty long range phase. So should I just... It's still doing a little global cooldown though, so yeah, if I'm stuck in a situation where I'm stuck out of range, I'll just be firing away. Read the second line? Potency? Oh, you talking about the shield lob? With the second line, the shield lob having more... Yeah, so shield lob is still good for the pickups. So if I was running around and things were running around, increased enmity here would help me grab them.
Prominence. Now, Prominence is getting in on the MP game. It restores 500 MP every time you use it in a combo. Once we start using magic in AoE, that does add up.
The second line of Holy Spirit, there is no second line. Oh, yeah, something about cats. We'll get there. We'll get there. I don't know anything about cats.
Level 68, Requiescat. All right, now we can use Holy...
Are you serious? Requiesca? So you don't pronounce the T? Are we back? Is it French again? Is this French?
One. Level 66, Enhanced Prominence.
I want to hear him say it again.
Now, Prominence is getting in on the
Because you know that he knows how to pronounce it.
It restores 500 MP every time you use it in a combo. Once we start using magic in AoE, that does add up. Level 68, Requiescat. All right, now...
Requiesca? Is it Latin? Latin? French? No, I blame French. It's Italian. Oh my god.
Holy Spirit. Requiescat deals 400...
Requiescat. Like he's saying it like it's a cot, like a bed. Requiescat. Requiescat. But he kind of, in the first pronunciation there, he kind of gives like a Requiescat and kind of goes with it.
Potency of damage to a target.
Like Epcot.
Then grants 5
Yeah, Epcot. You just kind of end on the T. You don't say the T. You just kind of end on T.
Of Requiescat for 30 seconds. These
there he said
Requiescat.
Increase the power. I'm not trolling him.
Power of Holy Spirit.
I'm embracing
and
it.
a skill we don't have yet, Holy Circle. In the case of Holy Spirit, it doubles the power to 500 potency. Also, all cast times are set to 0. This is a really big hit. Anytime you use Requiescat, you want to be using 5 Holy Spirits within the timer. We're going to go deeper into how this works within the opener, but essentially, we want to alternate phases from now on. Melee phase for the duration of fight or flight, then Requiescat for a magic phase, then repeat after some melee filler. Again, we'll talk deeper in a little bit. Otherwise, every Requiescat means 5 strong magic attacks. Level 70, Passage of Arms.
I feel so tired all of a sudden. It's just like, I just wanted to be a sword and board guy. What? Okay. Hey, do I have the other thing he was talking about? I got the Requies. Got a case of the Requies. But he was talking about some other spell. Holy Spirit. Potency of Holy Spirit. Spirits within. Do I have Holy Spirit? Blades, Intervention. Paladin is the most difficult job. Yeah, it's on my bar. The Spirit. Oh, Holy Spirit. Excuse me. What was the other one? Holy Circle. Holy Circle. Holy Circle. Okay, I don't get Holy Circle yet. Nearby enemies. Okay. All right. So we enter. Wait. Is this a melee hit? Oh my god. You melee dude. And now I've got 5 stacks. So I can just insta-blast? That's kind of fun. But he's talking about like you enter a range phase? So do paladins, they just stop caring about being in melee, I guess, because it's easier? What's the cooldown on this? 1 minute. So every minute I go on like a little run and gun spree. You shouldn't leave melee phase just because you're in magic mode. No, that makes sense. But it's just that I don't have to be there because I will still make auto attacks. Do I auto attack during casting a spell? I don't think so. Do I ever need to worry about interrupting my own auto attacks by casting a spell? Like if I'm about to swing here, do I put my... No, there's a number right there. So it looks like you won't interrupt your own auto attacks with an instant cast. Need to play more Assassin's Creed 2. What? Why? Why? I don't need to know about Ezio and his manner. They turned it off. You can't even play multiplayer anymore. There's no need to upgrade your manner. Okay, let's keep going.
Level 70, Passage of Arms. On a 2-minute cooldown, Passage of Arms causes you to hunker down and block all attacks. You also...
Oh, because he said it. Well, what's the meaning? What's the meaning of this word? How do I... What's the meaning? How do we spell it? Requiescat. A prayer for the repose of a soul of the dead. A prayer for the soul of a dead person. He says it a lot. That doesn't make it real. No, it's a word that's driven me up.
Channel Magic Wings of Protection with the floor shining as well at an 8 yalm radius. Anyone standing within this shining spot has all damage reduced by 15%.
Oh, it's right. Oh,
this can last for 18 seconds, but will cancel if you are moving upon hitting the button or at any point after hitting the button.
He got into it a little bit.
Level 70, Passage of Arms.
Okay.
On a 2-minute cooldown, Passage of Arms causes you to hunker down and block all attacks. You also channel Magic Wings of Protection with the floor shining as well at an 8 yalm radius. Anyone standing within this shining spot has all damage reduced by 15%. This can last for 18 seconds, but will cancel if you are moving upon hitting the button or at any point after hitting the button. The issue is, we often don't...
Why is the wording backwards? Shouldn't this say 15%? Why is it at 85%? Is there a Magic the Gathering reason why the wording here is backwards from the normal mitigation language we see in the video game? No, I mean, I can do math. Yeah, no, I get it. But, you know, so like in Magic the Gathering, they reword things differently because it has a different quantifier to it. So used with other abilities, yeah, like an order of operations, exactly. Like it could mean that you do certain things that might be under the effects of other things. Yeah, it might be stacking reasons. Oh, that would make sense, right? Because then you're not doing math with math. So if they are taking 75, if you're reducing the damage they received by 15%, then if they do their own mitigation, then there could be an issue with that language. So yeah, so this language would work if I reduce the damage you're about to suffer to 70 or to 85%. Then you pop your own mitigation, and it's not going to combine and like get weird. You're going to have 85% of that damage dealt to you, and then your own 50% mitigation would be of that 85%. So I think that works.
Don't want to be holding onto this for the duration. Sure, for boss ultimates and 8-man duties, you can sit there and just hold the shield.
Oh, that's how mitigation works anyway?
By now you've seen many times, bosses can't be attacked during their ultimate attacks. Reducing that damage is a good use, but not the best use. Outside of, like, ultimate, you're gonna survive those ultimate attacks with little or no mitigation. No, the best use is to put you back to the party, hit Passage of Arms, then immediately cancel it. Notice the buff on your allies. Despite the animation being immediately cancelled or potentially not even appearing, the buff does get applied for a few seconds.
Okay, that sucks. That sucks. I love the one I have on my Astrologian too, but it also is like don't chill in it. Upon move, effect ends upon using another action or moving, including facing a different direction. Wait a minute. The effect ends. My hunker down effect? So they've got arms up. Now if I end it, they'll still have it, right? Yeah, they'll have it for the full duration. Oh, no, it did quit. My block stops. So I increased my block rate to 100%. The cone behind me, they still get... Okay, so they have it for 5 more seconds, so it lingers slightly. But I can channel it for the full duration. Yeah. Okay, cool.
It's a very short duration, but once you've learned the timing, you can use this to reduce the danger of multiple raid wides in all duties. If nothing else, in trash, if you are that desperate, yes, you can channel it for a little bit. Though you have to be pretty desperate at that point. Even Clemency will be better, I'd say. So let's get into that opener. I already mentioned we'll be swapping back and forth between melee phases and magic phases, with a filler phase in between. Paladin has a number of different openers, but I'll mostly be highlighting the melee first opener. The other main opener for this job is rushing to the magic phase. Look it up if you'd like, but melee first is the general opener. Holy Spirit. Fast Blade.
That's my pool. Fight or Flight. Probably because I want Fight or Flight to last long enough for 25 seconds so that I can get to all my Holy Spirits. Holy Spirit to pull, which would be the highest damage. Fast Blade, Fight or Flight, Riot Blade. Yeah. And then I assume we're going to dot, right? Goring Blade, Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Circle of Scorn, Royal Authority, Spirits Within, Requicast. Cool. Fast Blade. Oh, why does he stack them all at the end? Maybe he'll explain.
Fight or Flight, Riot Blade, Goring Blade, Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Circle of Scorn, Royal Authority, Spirits Within, Requiescat, Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Royal Authority, Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Goring Blade, Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit,
Right.
Holy Spirit,
Because
Circle
it's an
of Scorn,
insta-cast,
Fast Blade.
but it's still a global cooldown, right? So if we do Requiesce... Yeah, so it still takes the spin. Okay, so that's why they're all together.
Spirits Within, Riot Blade, Goring Blade.
And he's getting in another Spirits Within. That's 30 seconds. So we should be... This is physical damage. Oh, wait. Physical damage. Oh. So that's probably falling off somewhere around here then. Because this is magic damage, right? Unexpected damage spell. Weapon skills do physical, I assume.
So let's talk about the placements of our abilities now. Spirits Within and Circle of Scorn were placed very weirdly, but now at level 70 they make a bit more sense when we consider party buffs. Almost every job at this point has at least one party-based buff, unless they're a selfish job like Samurai or Black Mage. Using these where we do, we buff them under those party-wide buffs. Now we add in Requiesca along with Spirits Within, a bit before our magic phase. Remember that the magic stacks last for 30 seconds, so we have tons of time to use Holy Spirit before it runs out. So put it under buffs where you can. Unless the boss is about to leave, we're gonna get our magic phase. After our magic phase ends, we'll want to refresh Goring Blade. 5 Holy Spirits and the 2 melee hits before Goring is 7 GCDs, only 1 less than the usual 8 attacks. It's going to clip the dot a bit, but it keeps our cycle going properly. But it will also make more sense at 90. And finally, let's mention the melee filler section. That
Melee
Goring
filler?
Blade at the end is the beginning of our melee filler. Ignoring the use of Circle of Scorn and Spirits Within, this is the short filler phase as defined by being unbuffed by Fight or Flight, and is just one cycle we've already practiced since level 60. 1 Goring Blade combo, 2 Royal combos, and then we're back to the beginning of our rotation. We can just return to the
because
beginning.
we're waiting to get in another magic phase as probably as well as... okay. So we have Requiescat, which is our magic phase, and Fight or Flight. So having these two almost live together would be good for now. Oh. Okay. Okay. Do we... Ah, man. This might be a controller one. I don't like... Nah, I really don't like the idea of controller with so many optional buttons. So many, like... And then I have to target around, too. But I like the idea of going to controller for this combo, and then magic combo. I think controller would look really good for this. Throw in the towel and go warrior? I mean, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. The other thing I don't like about controller is that I would have to target party members, and I'm not comfortable with that yet. So I like it on my paladin. I'm not ready to res on my red mage anyway. But I just like the sword and board. But it makes... So what was his first bit of the... Let's finish the part.
Of the opener from here and repeat. This makes Paladin's rotation very easy to recover if you mess up, or there's some sort of disengagement from the boss leaving, or so on. It's a near perfect rotation that we can make even more perfect in Shadowbringers. But for now, this is our final opener. Really, up to level 90, the opener will have other small changes or additions, but the flow will not change. We'll see this at further level caps. For now, let's karaoke it. It's a bit longer, slightly faster paced, but very smooth for us to get through.
I like when he does it. Let's do it.
Holy Spirit. Fast Blade. Fight or Flight. Riot Blade. Goring Blade. Fast Blade. Riot Blade. Circle of Scorn.
Yeah.
Coeurl Authority.
Okay.
Spirits Within. Requiescat. Fast Blade. Riot Blade.
I guess Spirits Within is
Royal
a
Authority. Fast Blade.
Okay.
Riot Blade. Goring Blade.
Oh, he squeezes in his Goring Blade just
Holy
in
Spirit.
time.
Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit. Circle of Scorn. Fast Blade. Spirits Within. Riot Blade.
And then we're
Goring
basically
Blade.
just fart around with melees.
Let's now get into Shadowbringers for some of the most...
Okay, cool. Okay. Too much Holy Spirit? But he does them all back to back, which, I mean, why not, right? There's no reason to weave them or anything like that, so I think that's probably the easiest way to go about it. It makes sense. Trollier, thank you for the super chat earlier. Remind to chat, he is currently level 70. Remember that your talk about 90 versions. Please try to avoid confusing him. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. Hyper, thank you for becoming a member for 3 months. Clemency, don't use. Sorry, I don't understand English. Catch this Clemency, though. Replays. All I know is Ezio is saying it when he assassinates a target. Oh, okay. Okay. I did not remember that well enough. They got off the Animus stuff in 2, so that's what I remember about it. So now I know where he says it. Nerd, thank you for the super chat. To make it simple, use melee until fight or flight ends, then use magic combo. Cool. So he squeezes it in early, but it's a off cooldown anyway. So technically, is there any reason why he doesn't squeeze in? Oh, wait. Okay, here's a fast blade. So why does he do Spirits Within and Requiescat right next to each other? Why not put Requiescat in between Fast Blade and Riot Blade here? Because he's got fight or flight. He's got no buffs. Oh, why double weave it all when he could put it anywhere? To catch the buff window. Because this is a pool, this is the pool, so people would have their buffs going at the very beginning, and squeezing it in here would probably get a little... Why not? Oh, because it barely falls. Yeah, so he's casting it at the latest point he can to have these later on. So he could cast it any of these areas, but he does it right here because the early buffs of the pool are probably running. And it puts on cooldown earlier. And he has to get all the way from here. So you do it at the earliest point that you can get to here with. Okay. Let's try it. All right. So we got... I do not like where that's living right now, but... And I certainly don't like... So Fast Blade, then he does... Oops, shoot. Into 2. And then does... the dot. That's where I almost always use Spirits Within. So there's no reason I can't use Spirits Within right here, because I'm still under the buffs and stuff. Because then he goes back into another one of these, and then he does a... Yeah, so why not Spirits Within and Circle of Scorn, like, when you're getting set up here? Before the mug? Because other buffs happen when people finally get in melee, so you got to give them like some time to breathe. For party buffs. Delaying for party buffs. Okay. So this whole nothing special happening time period is giving everybody time to get into melee or get in position when they start putting out their buffs. Their buffs go out, and then I started Circle of Scorning and Spirits Within and everyone's favorite Final Fantasy movie. Oh, I thought Mug is a buff? I thought Mug was like you stole a random coin or something if you got a killing blow. Oh, it changed. No, I'm not looking up. I'm not looking up what ninjas are doing. I want to understand it. That'll just get me lost. Okay, so we give people time to get in range, and then he royal authority. So that's an ender, and then back into fast blade, and then holy spirits. Okay. So do I have everything right now? All right. I'm gonna click this. So don't be disturbed. Don't be disturbed. I don't plan to play this way. Allow yourself a moment of relaxation. And then back to fast blade. So this is the little breather window. Royal authority. Then he does the spirits and the requie. But we don't go back. We go fast blade, riot blade, royal authority. Where's my dot right now? Both my dots fell off, probably because I'm not going fast enough. Oh, I think this is supposed to be a goring blade. Okay, and I have... Oop, this one. Boom. So we have more than enough time to get to that. Cool. And then, oh yeah, Circle of Scorn is there. Another Spirits Within. Perfect. Okay, that makes sense. And then it's gore time. Right in time for... This is where we go fight or flight, and we fart off for a little bit. And we basically just kind of ride fight or flight. Oh, does Spirits Within do melee damage? Is it affected by physical damage dealt with fight or flight? And then we would go back to squeezing in. That's a little complicated. That makes sense, though. Yeah, no, and that's my favorite thing about the videos, August, for sure, is that I can just kind of quit. I can just sort of quit while we're ahead. In fact, let's do that. Did I spell karaoke correctly? Nope, it doesn't know what I'm trying to spell. Karaoke. Let's see. Nope, that's a place. Ah, it's an A. Okay. Perfect. All right. So into the magic combo, said nerd Simon, thank you for the super chat. I play paladin on controller and it's very fun. You can easily target party members using down and up arrows. I'm really scared of it. I'm not feeling ready. I think it could be doable, but it feels really different. Feels really different. Yeah. I like the idea, though, for, like, going into phases, because that's what I do on my samurai. Unable to use command. What? Samurai? Oh, I'm in combat. I need to apologize. So on my samurai, what I do here is I kind of go 1, 2, 3. So I go 1, and this would be like my combo. And then as I go over to my next one, I could do the same combo again here, while also activating Spirits Within. And then this one could be my Requicast. Requicat. And then I could start lasering at the bottom here. It would work pretty well on the controller. I'm just nervous. Getting to all the mitigation is the tough part. Because, like, when I switched to controller on Samurai, I got a lot worse at using my go in and go out, because sometimes I'm chilling over here doing this kind of stuff. And then I'd have to put other mitigations like up on the double taps, and I kind of panic double tap. And I don't really do it in the fluid I'd want to. So I think for now I'll stick on computer. But it's an interesting idea. And I think it would make doing the rotation way better. Did you used to have to like outdistance the target dummies? I mean, that's originally what I started doing, is I just started running. And it drove me nuts that it wouldn't work. I was like halfway across that opening Limsa zone before I decided to look it up. You don't use right trigger, right? Well, yeah, I do. Are you talking about, here, let me go back to it. So for my base, but this is what this is, right? You're talking about right trigger, left trigger, right trigger, left trigger for extra hotbars? Yeah. So like here is where I end up on rotation 2 for Samurai. And then when I do AoE, I'm on left trigger, right crit trigger. No, you're good. It's just that, like, so like if I'm chilling here, I like the idea of my mitigation being on double tap, because if I'm here, I would want to get back. Actually, there's some logic perhaps to. I could probably have mitigation on my D-pad. It's a lot of buttons though. It's an interesting thought. I'd sacrifice mitigation for a better rotation. I think mitigating makes me a better tank right now. Tonberry Sage, thank you for the 2-month membership. Hope you're doing well. And Jonathan Harrison, thank you for the super chat. To make it easier to catch your second Goring Blade under Fight or Flight, you want to hit Fight or Fight at the late int the recast as possible without clipping. You want to hit Fight or Flight as late in the recast as possible without clipping. Late into the recast. Because it's off cooldown, so I want to hit it before you hit global cooldown without clipping it. Sure, but if you're trying to get, and you're talking about Goring Blade, well, I want Goring Blade, right? Because it's snapshotted, right? So what happens? I said right 20 times in a way, so let me reset. So the way I understand it, tell me if this is wrong. If I have a buff that's causing me to do 2,000% damage for one attack, and I do a dot, that dot for its full duration will be 2,000% damage, regardless of the buff falling off of B. So I always want to put dots on a target whenever I'm under the effects of buffs. So the mitigation isn't or the optimization isn't useless because it's a dot, and dots under buffs are extremely important. Yeah. Okay. Cool. But you might need to delay as far as possible to make it work. Why? Because this is a 21-second duration. This is 25 seconds. Okay. All right. Well, let's forget all of that. When I get older, will I get a better Wondrous Tales that has level 70 quests on it? Or dungeons? Or do Stormblood dungeons, they're just not allowed to participate in Wondrous Tales? And why haven't gotten one yet? But I'm 70, right? It's randomized? Okay, so maybe it's based on your profession. All right, well, we're not going to shuffle anything, so let's go ahead and reset this. Let's go ahead and get to 72. We'll turn in our book for the day, and then we'll watch that Jesse Cox video. If you would like to join me in an adventure, go ahead and jump up and down. If you would like to join a duty. I see you closing in. Invite the party. Perfect. Awesome. We'll just do whatever we got on the duty list. Wondrous Tales. I don't think I can do anything. Oh, if we get a 70 dungeon, I won't be... Oh, we lose yet? Here, we lost somebody. Oh, they need to go for food. Who did I see jumping? Who else was jumping? Aren't you in the party? There we go. Perfect. Okay. Duty finder. So if we do this, we have a chance of 70 dungeon. I guess but leveling would also... I guess it's a 50-50 chance. Or 2/3 chance. As long as I don't have the thing on. If I do limited roulette, won't that cause me to do something close to my party level? Because I want... If I get something that's 70, I won't complete Wondrous Tales here. So it's a chance. A leveling would give us a large range. Close to whoever the lowest level is. Well, what levels do we have? Well, we got 70s, 80s, 76s. I feel like I always get 50 dungeons too. I always get the ice one. Use the settings. Oh, that only works on leveling roulette. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Wasn't really reading it that way. Yeah, no. We were talking about two different things at once, and I didn't realize limited leveling was limited leveling, which makes sense. How's it going? It's going well. How you doing, Sonic Rose? Good to see you. Winklebine, thank you for the super chat. They mean to hit... This should be perfect, I think. Yeah, I think we're good. This should be perfect. Because this will be a 60. They mean to hit fight or flight when your global cooldown roll is over halfway done. Don't hit fight or flight right away. Okay, that makes sense. So that's what they mean by kind of squeezing it towards the end. Yep, we got a little sloppy going on here. And we don't even have magic phases yet, so everything we just learned I can relax on and just sort of enjoy. I mean, it doesn't completely turn me off of the class, but I am a bit like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, it's more than I expected from the sword and board class that has been rather simple so far. I expected to help people. I didn't expect to have a magic phase. Hilbert got everything he wanted? I guess. I guess, yeah. It only looks complicated? How does it compare to the other tanks? Is there a more complicated tank? Dark Knight has way more buttons. easier opener. Pardon my lack of big pools as I read things at the same time. Bursty burst. Dancer. The tanks are way more about fitting stuff into bursts. What does that mean? Fitting stuff into off cooldown windows, or that buff thing we were talking about earlier? What am I under the effects of? I don't even know. Yeah, that 2-minute window business. Which someone was saying 2 classes don't really work into, the Black Mage and somebody else. But that's a more recent design philosophy, right? The whole 2-minute window. Oh, Paladin don't work into it. Oh, did we get the key? Okay. Design flaw. Oh, was it not intentional to do the 2-minute thing? I thought they were doing that to make things easier on themselves for design purposes. I see. Okay, so I want to be mostly through my rotation before getting to Goring Blade. That makes sense now. It's not a very high concept, but I get why I would want a Goring Blade later, so that when my fight or flight gets 2 squeezes of it. It was intentional, but people have mixed feelings about it. When did that start? What expansion or date, if anyone has one? Because the game is much more dance design. This one, Endwalker. Okay. Did they do that as a reaction to World of Warcraft players? Or have they said why they did it? What their reasoning was? With the influx of players, or to make the game more approachable? No, they just change stuff sometimes. I mean, I don't blame. Oop, can I? Oh, you're out of Yalman's. Fresh out of Yalms. Make it easier to design fights. That's what I'm picking up on. That's very much the dance strategy that the game is under. Like, I really noticed that when we were doing Yatsuyu with Tsukiyomi. That fight would basically fight itself. We just have to do everything right to make it deep enough in the game to get through the whole fight. Whereas World of Warcraft is more about, like, fighting the game systems to see if you can beat them. And in some ways that produces more unique ways to play the game. And you feel like you're versus the developers more. But at the same time, it means the game doesn't feel as thematic and flowery. And, like, when the music changes, there's this whole kind of phase change at the same time. It really gives it a flow that gives it its own language that I like a lot. When they keep adding classes, I can see that too. I know there's that quote going around that maybe they didn't have other classes to go. I've heard it misquoted a lot too, so I don't know which one is the real one anymore, but there was the quote that Yoshi P said there's no more Final Fantasy classes to add, which probably isn't true. More so, my guess would be they don't know what classes they can add that would be visually distinct. Okay, so a bunch of cooldowns now match up. And that's why you would want to match them up so everybody's getting buffed at the same time, so you have maximum buffage. Yeah, excuse me. I didn't mean to let those guys go. I have no doubt that, you know, creative game designers can come up with stuff. No doubt in my mind at all. But it's a whole different thing if you're not walking on the toes of another job. And coming from MOBAs and talking to those design teams, it's tough. The saddest ones were always when they went back and restructured a hero in a MOBA to make room for the new hero. Like they would go to some old hero that exists, or champion, or tune, or whatever you want to call it, and remove its abilities to put out shields because they were coming up with a new fancy shield version. You want the card? I'd love to play Astrologian in the old card effects days. Blitzball job, exactly. Nothing stopping them. I mean, doing one new to Final Fantasy would be a really good touch, because I think a lot of new players feel alienated in some ways, having never played Final Fantasy games. And when you see the 14 on the number, it hit me too. Like, I saw Final Fantasy 14, I'm like, oh, well, I haven't played 1 through 9. I played 10, but, you know, I haven't played 11 yet. What will I ever do? I'll never understand Final Fantasy if I play this game. Well, Astrologian's getting a big rework, right, Morris? So there's a chance there might be more cards. Them and Dragoons. Oh, it backfired on this rating tier. Spoiler free, is there a way to why this raid tier? Did they do a new design? Is there like a certain dot that they made? Like what changed about this rating tier that the 2 minutes became a problem? More in the cards? Yes, exactly. Meta classes were needed for... It seems like the game avoids meta classes for the most part, so I can see that being an issue. When it comes to StarCraft and those sort of games, I think imbalance is extremely important, but I would assume because of the math that Final Fantasy is an easier game to balance for. I do not know if that is true, of course. Was I supposed to do something there? Because of that dance. Because the game is beaten in a certain amount of time. Tsukiyomi is going to do all her rocks and all her moon stuff, whether or not you have certain classes available to you. Extreme caution means stand still. Perfect. Thanks for the heads up. Oh, shoot. I still got... Did I not... Oh, no. I did say... Oh, motion tracking. Ah, there must have been another one I'm supposed to read. Wait, stand still means don't attack? No, those are very different things. Do I don't think I've ever even shirked before. I don't even know how to get threat. Not shirking. What's the other one? Here, provoke. Sorry. Oh, wait. Oh, shoot. Oh. Oh. I can do it. I can do it. Oh. Oh, the spell still went off. You can do it. You got it. Do it, Loris. Oh, you did great. Hey, it's gonna happen. Ungurdankin. It's gonna happen. Because I'm new here. I'm a healer main / pseudo samurai main. Doing my best in an unknown world. Literally put your weapon away. That's a good idea. I think I have this set to... Am I going the right way? There's no robot down this hall. That doesn't spawn yet. At least I was looking for it. You know what? That is an excellent point. I love that point. What I need to do is, of course, learn to watch. So there's the launcher. Oh yeah, that's just robot stuff. All right, motion sensor track. Extreme caution. Extreme caution's now gone. Did we do it? Did we do great? I'm gonna see, now I'm thinking about being good and doing rotations. So you can still auto attack, you just don't cast anything. Because I was definitely still auto attacking. Alright, this is launcher. Sensory jammers? Wait. Oh, shoot. Oh, well. We're destroying him. You can move your camera, you just can't right click. Becomes a more common thing. I feel like this is, I mean, there's lots of lookaways, right? But not a mechanic. We did it, everybody. We did it. We rocked it. Well done. We're survivors. Oh, you know what? His rundown, his action order didn't have any mitigation on it, but I guess that's just because you're supposed to use mitigation as you need it. And I think he did a whole separate video on mitigation. Are the fights different? I don't feel like they are, but overall it may have been changed if you've done it, if you haven't done it the last year. I don't feel like it's any different than what I did 6 months ago. But I'm not sure. Oh, up to the vault. We were doing one Monday stream that I remember us being a little disappointed was changed. But for the most part, they've all been grand. Oh, Nidhogg proper? I haven't done him. What did they change about Nidhogg proper? Oh, if you're talking about the dungeon, yeah, we were pretty upset that he didn't do his big channeling phase and get under the shield with Estinian. But they haven't changed the trial, have they? Mr. Light, yeah, I get that. Trial's the same as before. Okay, cool. I have you now.
How'd you like this?
Last time I was here in front of a stream audience, I didn't understand what was going on, but now I know. That was big. Oh, shoot. Oh, wow. What? Is that really? Oh, just my increase down. Okay. Dude, it's so deep. The charge, it is insanely deep. You get it in PvP, though, really early on, which is kind of nice. Do blocks only work when you're being attacked from the front? Oh, 74? Oh, that's pretty quick. They always work? Cool.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
360 Stormblood?
Sloppy. For Alamigo!
Yeah, just take him down. Get him out of here. Nice. Well done. Blocks used to work like that? How likely will you be to use tank class in 8-man parties? I mean, Garrett's always tank for me, so luckily I don't have to. I don't know. I don't know. I don't see myself getting crazy into it. Though I think paladin PvP would be really fun. We'll see. Tanking's very nerve-wracking for me. And co-tanking, I would be very, very nervous. Garrett has tanked for a very, very long time. And I would be sad to let him down. You know, at least with healing, I have an air of mystery. Hidden A rank hunt mark? What is an A rank hunt mark? Is it here where I currently am? I got a whispering game about an A rank hunt mark. Do I have hunts open? I don't think I've done hunts at all. Yeah, I don't think I've attuned for hunts either. If there is like a board and a quest I need to do. Now, if anything, I'm gonna go... We're gonna go visit... Actually, we can do teleport. I guess things aren't all that more expensive on the first year, but we'll go back to Ul'dah. Then we'll go up hand in the book. We'll get the sweet pile of XP. Oh, the nut board stuff. No, I haven't done anything about nut boards. Why are they called nut boards? Exactly. I can be wrong about healing. I can be wrong about melee DPS. But tanking, everyone knows I did wrong, and Garrett will know I did wrong too. So I would be very, very nervous. I've never tanked with any sort of professional integrity in an MMO. I've done a lot of leveling tanks. I like leveling tanks a lot for shorter queues and stuff. But very much in the privacy of my own home. Oop, I went to the wrong place. Bags of nuts are the currency. Yeah, no, I think you're right, Dolph Grim. The like off tank shirking thing and all that. I think those are very important macros. Also, there's one I need to get for healer, which I've already been recommended several times, so I can stay targeted on the boss, and then cast aggressive spells, and then have like a spell that's macro to just kind of heal the tank here and there, so I don't have to change targets. I honestly don't mind changing targets, but if I got used to it, obviously it would have a bit more throughput. Oh, well, we got one. Not bad. And 71. No, I want to do this on the DPS class because queues will always be fast. Let's do this on the... Do I need tombstone? And then we got... Perfect. Yeah, cut down on some of just the load between, like, you know, switching around or tabbing between targets. Yeah, it seems worth it. The only reason I've heard not to macro is because it can mess with weaving and global off cooldowns, so you don't want to do it for everything. And like some healers I've heard go through and like macro all of their spells and like set it to what roll, what spells go to all the time. But it means that your game kind of clunks and you don't get to squeeze in as many. I highly doubt that'd be an issue at my level of play. Like usually on my Astrologian, I'm throwing in both of these as fast as I can, which I think works. But yeah, I should probably be doing like a draw, cast, and then put out another card, cast kind of thing. I think controller tank sounds good. I'm just nervous about the targeting other people thing. That's the only part that makes me really nervous. During that run, thank you for the super chats here. Lirith, thank you for the generous super chat. Which do you prefer design? By dying from RNG fluke, dying because you didn't do something correctly? WoW being the former, Final Fantasy being the latter. Personally, I like to win due to my own knowledge and skill. I do think that's fair. It's obviously an over, simplification, but that's what we're talking, right? I think that WoW allows you to feel like you're breaking their game more, like with Warlock tanks and Mage tanks and resist gear, and WoW feels like you can come up with your own strategies. The problem is, of course, with Deadly Boss mods and community-wise, the game cemented the strategies extremely thoroughly. And if you try to push against that, everyone feels like you're wasting their time. So the creativity doesn't really exist in an online age. So for that reason, why I agree with you, I prefer Final Fantasy, more of a design dance mechanic where you're versing the game on its terms and either you do it right or everybody dies. And there's some room for unique expression, but really just following a guide to the T would probably be the safest way to go about it. And the same thing happens in WoW anyway, so what are we doing here? I do think that games like StarCraft, though, and MOBAs benefit greatly from imbalance. I think without an imbalance in StarCraft, you have the races that are too similar. It's kind of boring. Like, that's why I'm not a huge fan of Age of Empires, for instance. I think that some imbalance in even games like Civilization mean the various factions and nations become more interesting to play. So you have to have it in some degree. And I wonder if, because of that tight window of time that you have to beat a boss, I would assume that classes in Final Fantasy are easier to balance for. The big problem I see as someone who really likes healing right now is just there's that shield healer and damage healer kind of exchange. Where you have to have, I think, a scholar, it seems. And then your DPS is actually kind of low if you're not running a sage. So in this world where things should be less required, it feels like the community has made justifications. That's the one I really understand. Is shield healers and regen healers, and then maybe having a damage healer. Like, I get why you would always want a shield healer, because damage is going to come through and you got to overheal sometimes. And I think that's I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they get over that. Do they just... Oh, Sage is a shield healer as well. Okay. So, are they going to go through and give Astrologian back that, like, shielding stance they had? They used to do shields or something. So, how are they going to fix that issue that I've heard about? Oh, and I'm aware, Kai, that we don't need both. When we start struggling on our extreme nights, one of the first things I personally recognize in chat is, oh, you don't have this certain type of healer. You're missing this type of healer. Oh, your group's not going to be as easy because you don't have that type of healer. And whether that is true or not, it's definitely an expression that the community kind of has in those moments of difficulty. Which, again, makes perfect sense to me. Damage is going to come, and shield healers are very valuable. I played a Disc Priest in WoW, so I totally get it. And yeah, Jonathan, you're right too. Like, just there's going to be optimization no matter what game you're playing. You could be playing, you know, Hello Kitty Island Adventure, and there's going to be telling you people how to speed run it. I don't know if that's a real game. That's a game they made up in South Park, probably. And I like a shield. I like shields. I'm a big fan of shields. I like Raven and Teen Titans. I like anybody who casts shields. I personally would want to take no damage on my own physical body. If I was a spellcaster, I would be a shield caster. Shields are badass. Scholars. Expedient was grossly underestimated when job trailer. Oh, one of the new abilities. Sages are very cool. Do sages... I assume sages work like Disc Priest, where you kind of like tag somebody and then you go beat up the thing and then that healing generates to your tag target. Oh, okay. Cool. Adimul, pardon my pronunciation. Thank you for the super chat. 2-minute meta currently overly favors jobs with strong bursts every 2 minutes, like Samurai, over the ones that don't, like Paladin and Black Mage. Oh. 2 minutes. Do I have all my spells in here, or do I have to, like, go to a thingy? Here we go. And that's that. Oh, so it's not every 2 minutes that a samurai does big damage. It's just that on my second cast of Higanbana, I will be on proper rotation to be empowered. So if everybody is working inside the 2 minute range, okay, that makes sense. And those who don't, but I've heard Black Mage is okay. People have said like Black Mage just does so much damage, it really doesn't matter, and people still like having them. Unknown character, thank you for another super chat, much appreciated. Seeing what Blizzard has done to Retribution in the past 10 years makes me wish they would just remove that spec entirely. I played a Retribution Paladin in BFA as my Alliance character. I almost cleared whatever the thing with the mother was and the slug boss underneath it in BFA. I really liked it. I thought it was a lot of fun, particularly with that sword pop you would do. But I have no serious knowledge of what happened with Retribution, I feel like it's never really come into its own. Plus, I was kind of in a friend group, so people were okay with me retributing, to make it a verb. Insanely fun back in Wrath, holy damage against undead. I can see that. I can see that. See, that's one of those imbalances that I think Blizzard in the past has done really well. Is that whole like, oh, this damage type does more damage to this, and holy does more damage to undead, but you can't use holy against the angels. Like that sort of stuff is really, really fun in your own brain. I think. I don't think it works when you get in a group. It doesn't really work in Dungeons and Dragons unless you pre-warn everybody. Like, you have a way for people to basically use a scouter or to do a mini quest, go research in the library. Like, Witcher did it really well, where you would do Witcher 3, where you would like track the beast, and then you'd figure out what the beast is, and then it would pop up in your codex, and you'd go read the codex to find out that the werewolves are weak to this. So you'd kind of like, you could use those optimizations if you wanted to, but otherwise a lot of people just ignored them. Magi Iribia Gaming. Hope I said that right. How late am I? You're only, how long have we been going? 3, 4? We're only 4 hours. No big deal. We're just getting to the good part. Just getting to the good part. We're gonna watch that Jesse video here. So I will get that up on screen. I was there too, though, Kai. Like, in fact, Kristen was there as well. We both had the same thought. She was doing Black Mage leveling. Still is, very, very slowly, but still playing through. And she didn't want to use fire spells on Ifrit because he's made of fire, right? But there was a really good explanation I read online, because we were looking it up. We were looking at how, like, she was using the support group, and she couldn't beat Ifrit because you had to pump your fire deep into fire so it was doing enough damage. She kept canceling into ice too early, and she never did enough damage, and the support group didn't do damage to carry her through. At any rate, the explanation I looked up I thought was great was, if a beast is made of flesh, it's not immune to flesh, you still smack with flesh. So I'm flesh, I hit you, you're made of flesh, you don't have resistance to flesh. Like, oh, that's kind of cute. Are there spoilers in this? No. We've been verified that we can watch. You can see it right here on the bar. Right here. Spoilers here. So we're going to watch the first 5 minutes, which is basically a rundown of what Orianger taught me last time. So spoilers in the chat for anybody who is not to this point.
Hello, everyone.
We will start that in just a moment. And I'll be RB. I'm back. Yeah. Literally, he takes a break, and there's a spoiler warning that comes up on his screen. So we will see this. We will see this when we get there. So there is no need to be concerned. As I have mentioned earlier, I am still kind of confused on the whole thing. Mostly what I learned last stream is that when we were saying light is good and stuff like that, and everyone was like, "Hub, hub, hub, hub," in our YouTube comments, and we were like, well, what's the thing? Now we understand why that's not true. But let's take a look at this.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this side lesson in our Final Fantasy XIV lore series. You asked for it, and here it is. Think of this as my extra credit assignment. Grab a cup of coffee, get ready for a bunch of stuff you never thought you needed to know, and let's get this thing going. So if you watched my Lore for Beginners video, I mentioned the phrases astral and umbral to describe periods of time, and how it was actually even way more complicated than what we covered. But if you wanted a supplemental video, I would make it. So the people have spoken, and here we are. A deep dive into how astral and umbral works in Final Fantasy XIV. As I mentioned in the video, link up above, the concept,
Which is very cute. So here's the thing that was shown last time. It was a really cute idea, making light, not good, and void. Void might be something else. So maybe we shouldn't get into that. Yeah, Jesse does a really good job with these kind of videos.
of astral and umbral are connected to everything in the game. And because that's the case, they just toss it out there in dialogue like, come on, keep up. So, quick refresher. Astral is active, umbral is passive. As I mentioned in that previous video, when it comes to periods of history, think of astral as a civilization's golden age and umbral as a dark age. In the history of Final Fantasy XIV, in between those two is some sort of calamity, a reason for the collapse of society. So imagine we've got a civilization of a bunch of cool dudes in an astral era, and then giant meteor, boom. No more cool dudes, no more astral era, welcome to an umbral era. But over time, an astral era will rise out of the ruins of the umbral, and then it repeats over and over. That's how it works with time. A pretty surface level look at astral and umbral, but they are connected, as I've said, to many other aspects of Final Fantasy XIV as well. First, there is light and dark, which should be pretty obvious at this point. Astral is the light, umbral is the dark. An obvious conclusion, astral is growth, umbral is stasis. Hydaelyn, our favorite crystal patron, is light. We are called warriors of light. We are affecting change and healing the world, and so Eorzean scholars.
Does anyone know if in Japanese, if light and darkness is a different kind of light and darkness? Because obviously we think in English, light, brightness, and dark, well, darkness. Have we used perhaps like the term warrior of light is a very good catch term. It sounds epic. So I totally get why you would go with it. They're just as broad. Yu-Gi-Oh taught me this. Okay. Same ambiguous stuff. Okay, cool. So we're not missing, we're not having either a, what was it, port side or lobber side situation here. Light can burn and dark can be restful. That's interesting. Yeah, I know that coming from World of Warcraft, my assumption of darkness is more corruption based.
Associate.
We just talked to Oriange last stream. So we literally just had this scene here. The diagram scene. The diagram scene.
The light, astral, with growth, life, the sky, and darkness, umbral, with decay, death, and the ground. And because of this, the 6 major elements of the world are each connected to astral or umbral. Astral, this light, is connected to wind, lightning, and fire. Think of the energy and movement of these elements. A raging inferno, a powerful storm, the current of electricity. Umbral, the dark, is connected to water, ice, and earth. Think of the constancy of these things. A towering mountain, a massive ocean, the frozen tundra. And all of these, astral and umbral, these 6 elements are connected, which is why we arrange them like this. Lightning sparks a fire, the fire turns the ground to ash, that kind of thing. A cycle of elements, if you will. But also, the light and dark aspects of these elements affect each other too. Ice is melted by fire, water erodes earth, that kind of thing. We end up with a chart like this.
Yeah. No, this is always, he maybe say it.
similar to one that's featured in the game.
Oh, okay. I thought I was gonna say like the color wheel. Like we have these. I forget the name of the colors, but certain colors look better together because they're opposites or tri-opposites on the color wheel that you might have, and it means you have a certain pattern that develops.
Even the 12
Complementary
gods of
colors,
Eorzea
yes.
fit on this chart, each identifying with an element or elements.
Cute.
But I know what you're thinking. Jesse, I can think of 100 ways that water could be astral or fire could be umbral. And here's the thing. You are correct. So let's dive deeper. Every single element can be and is both. I told you it was confusing. So while we have that fancy chart to tell you what each element is, truthfully, there are astral and umbral aspects to everything. Just as the flow of time isn't all astral. In fact, the unbalance of one more than the other is actually terrible for pretty much everything and everyone involved. I'm sure you can think of other examples, but here's a helpful chart of things that I thought up to kind of explain this. Wind can be as
Now, Black Mage only taught me not to listen to jars.
powerful as a tornado ripping through a village, or that stanky, stale air of a house that hasn't had its windows open for spring cleaning. Lightning can be the intensity of a thunderstorm,
Okay.
or the constant flow of electricity from a power cell. Fire could be the wild scorch of a blazing inferno, or the 350-degree oven baking your coffee biscuits. Earth could be the rumbling of an earthquake, or the deep dark cave that hasn't seen life in eons. Ice can unleash the freezing power of a blizzard, or the chilly frost of an early winter morning. Water might be a massive tidal wave crashing upon the shore, or a stagnant pond in a field.
Okay, he's got Jesse, you have 50 seconds to reestablish this, to regain me.
It can even combine. An easy astral example of earth and water would be a mudslide, or an easy example of umbral earth and water would be a bog or morass. Each element can be and is both. Just as with time, each era is both astral and umbral, light and dark, which are simply two polarities of ether energy. They are the same, but in opposition. This is how everything in Final Fantasy works. It's the yin-yang, it's the push and pull, it's the balance of the universe kind of stuff. But now we are entering spoiler.
Okay. No. Okay, cool. So this suggests to me that I don't even have all the answers anyway. So it's not a big deal. I can watch more safely? Wait, how far can I watch? Until the 8:10 mark. Okay. All right.
Recent expansion Shadowbringers. So if you want to discover these secrets...
Wait, don't look at the screen, just listen? No. If it's spoiler, if my character doesn't know the information yet, there's no reason I should know it. This is more so I've got a very important job here. I'm going to be 100% clear. Garrett doesn't dig this kind of lore. So I need to understand it so I can convey it to him. So that I can digestify it and translate it to Garrett, who won't care. We're going to 8:10. We're going to 8:10. Don't take the chance. I know about Oriange.
on your own...
Wait. We have conflicting mods. We got conflicting moddom, and the mods do far too much work for me to put them in jeopardy. I cannot in good conscience I will not make our mods fight either. I will not make our fight. In fact, what I'm going to do while this happens, I'm going to read Sir Cardo's super chat. If you explore Google Library hard, there's a book in there, a shiny spot on the floor, that describes all this in very minute detail. But I want to know what Jesse has to say. Because Jesse has cadence the way he speaks makes me pay attention. And I like the emphasis he's given to certain words. Because frankly, Orianger was quite, well, you know, monotoned as he is. All right. Abort. The mods say abort, let's abort. Cool. That is fair. We will abort. Yeah, no. We're going to abort. If he goes into knowledge we don't have yet, because the characters don't have yet, then let's go ahead and back out. We can't watch the beginner lore video either, the Heidelin one, because apparently that goes into like full-blown Heidelin stuff. I did watch his Verse World of Warcraft back in the day, but we're not going to be doing that one either today because apparently it's got a lot of visual spoilers. And now that I have the language of the game in my head, makes sense. So let's go back to let's go to the inn. Let's go to the inn and we'll find Orianger's scene and we'll watch it again. And we can also rewatch the part with the Exarch doing his diagram. And I absolutely understand too, like you don't have to. I like magic systems. We were talking about it earlier, you know, magic systems in books and stuff. I like magic systems, so I want to understand this. But I don't think that you'll lose enjoyment of the game and the character stories that exist in it if you don't understand the magic system. I think there are a lot of fans who want to be understood, though. And people want you to understand it and make sure that you digest it. Brandon Sanderson, exactly. Brandon Sanderson, Mistborn. I was talking about one I really liked for a book, not a movie at all, was Eragon. That was decent. I like that magic system. I love Abhorsen. I thought Abhorsen had a really good magic system. So I personally want to understand it for my own enjoyment. And if I can get it down, then I can tell Garrett why it's important. Oh, and I just love necromancers are great. Necromancers are super cool. King Killer Chronicles? I haven't read that. No, I actually haven't heard of that either. I think for the super chat, Fitchel. Romney's post on the Discord is pretty comprehensive. I agree.
Orianger, are you in?
That is a good one. Let's pull that up here. I believe. Oh shit! I think if. Where was that? Did that get tagged? Okay, question and guides here. We'll look at that after here.
Unto a world weary of heroes, a hero wends his way.
In my ridiculous hat.
The Exarch did send word that thou wouldst seek me out, but ne'er did I imagine thou wouldst arrive so soon.
Oh, he's already... So we stopped here the other night. So we're not out ahead of him right now. We're just reading in the book. This is literally the last thing we did at the end of last stream. So Garrett is exactly where I am.
Full glad am I to see thee once more, my friend, and none the worse for thy travails.
Run along, Minfilia. We will meet you outside. Another one for you to imbue, if you'd be so kind.
Now, someone was saying last time, I guess maybe they were jumping ahead, but I got messages about that. That was him basically saying, I can't make magic bullets. So we got kind of a... What's the show with
I take it thou hast met with our other comrades.
What's the show
already?
with the spacecraft and the guy who only has caster bullets? It's an anime. He only has, like, a certain number of bullets. Outlaw Star. Yeah, it's like an Outlaw Star situation where Thancred can't enchant his own magic bullets, so he gets Minfilia to enchant his bullets for him. Someone sent me a message about that. Outlaw Star is pretty cool. Weird animation.
That Master Alphino and Mistress Alize now travel
risk
in
spoiler.
thy
Cool,
company is of great comfort to me. As for the rest, it beginneth in earnest. The hunting of the Light Wardens, and perforce the war with Yulmore. Hark thee then to my words, and through them behold the vision that I did glimpse, that of the 8th Umbral Calamity.
So he's gonna go on. He's gonna show us dead, but he's just describing it, right? Or I don't think we're
As I
echoing the
drifted
story
hither to
here
the first,
as he goes into this part.
twixt reality and potentiality.
Built caster gun in your D&D setting. That's awesome. That's awesome. I full designed a card captor wizard for one of my players. We still haven't played this campaign. This was last year, maybe even 6 months ago. I don't know anymore. But I did an entire wizard's spell book as a card captor adventure where you had to go hunt the monsters in order to get the spells for your wizard book. I really want to play that someday. It'd be a really fun game. I was gonna do it for my first Pathfinder game, but I got real busy.
Joy they felt was short-lived, for in so doing they did force the Empire's hand. Faced with defeat, the Garleans turned to a weapon most vile.
Your favorite cutscene? I mean, it seems like it's laying it out, right? So this was kind of the part that I was originally confused about, because Solus said back in his cutscene that the Black Rose would be quite good at doing what it does because of the current alignment and cracks of ether flow and whatnot. Then, of course, the more obvious statement that your ether can become corrupt obviously started coming up, and so it started being, oh, okay, so, your ether, your inside your ether, it can be messed up. And now it seems like Black Rose is attuned to either Umbral or Astral. And that's kind of more along the lines of what I'm trying to figure out right now. Yeah, the proper aspect. Yes, because he's hoping to, knock over the cup of water when the water dimension's leaking so that the cup of water spills extra water kind of thing.
Amidst the chaos and upheaval, men came to live by the sword, the rule of law giving way inevitably.
But this is the heavy stuff. They're laying out the seriousness of the situation.
Was the spark struck and the fire kindled, and swiftly did it spread as a blaze in a field of straw to engulf every corner of the world. Nations worthy of the name did then cease to exist, and those souls brave and true who might have risen to restore order
The Patreon tier for Kyle to run a D&D game for us. Thank you for the super chat, Thomas. I have DM'd for There Will Be Dungeons. If you look up that show, it's called the Delvers series. It's quite a few episodes back now, but I did do some DMing on the Frog Pants Network. As for DMing for our group here and Garrett and stuff, that'd be really fun. I love D&D. It's a lot of work to produce for radio. You gotta get all your sound effects in line. In order to do those episodes I did on the Frog Pants Network, usually about 9 hours of prep minimum. It was really fun. I loved getting to DM, but the prep per hour was huge.
For the weapon spared not one, not even thee.
I like too that they put you in a forced outfit because they knew everybody would take pictures of themselves in frog and chicken suits here. They're like, you know what? Pass.
An endless age of war, begotten by the blight of Black Rose. Such is the legacy of the 8th Umbral Calamity which I did behold.
Okay, pause, Oriange. This is where I want to go see... He's going to keep talking in a moment.
No matter the cost, we must forestall this tragedy.
Okay, hang on. Let me get to my Google Docs, because he said that was a Umbral Calamity, which now I want to see which calamities were of which Umbralage or Astralage, or if even Astrals can be calamities. So I've got Romney's right up in a dock. where I kind of sorted through it. Oh, before we go any further, let's remember to be... Oh, I think I already closed it. Let's remember to be good YouTubers here. And go leave a comment on Jesse's video. And we won't read comments. Okay. There we go. Good YouTubers. Oh, let's also subscribe and like it. Nice. We did it. We're champions. Okay. Umbral. And let me put this up on screen for y'all so you can see what I'm looking at. Pardon the blinding. So here is Romney's post. So they're all Umbral. The Great Rejoining Plan is the Ascians' master plan to rejoin the world to, in La Habrea's word, the way it once was, as it ever should have been, per Heidelin's tellings. Super Side Spopper, thank you for the super chat. Light is the power of passivity, of stagnation. Wait, light is the power of passivity and stagnation. Black Rose stops the flow of ether, thus it was magnified by the light of the first seeping through. Wait. Passivity? Wait, isn't that backwards from what, wasn't Jesse saying something else?
Eorzean scholars. Conclusion, astral is growth, umbral is stasis. Heidelin, our favorite crystal patron,
Okay. I see. That's the Orange part we're going to get to. Okay, cool. All right. Let us continue. Per Heinlein telling, she sundered the original world into 14, the source, and the 13 reflections of the shard. She sealed her now shattered counterpart and husband, Zodiark, the will of darkness, into what became the moons of those worlds. The Ascians' wish was to make Zodiark whole again, so that he can break free of those bonds and reclaim his place as the one true god. To accomplish this, they must complete 13 separate rejoinings, also known as the Ardor, or known as the source as the Umbral Calamities. To do this, they need to cause an existential threat to one of the shards of an elemental aspected wind, fire, light, ice, or highly polarized, elementally balanced ether. This will cause a crack in the dimensional barrier between the shard and the source, and the ether begin flowing to the source. Which is exactly what we started learning about with the Exarch there in his lovely presentation. Once you start seeing conditions of the element or polarity of the source, to complete the rejoining, you need to trigger the same element of polarity. For example, the calamity of Earth was caused by energy draining from Dalamud. Wait, hang on. Example, the calamity of Earth was caused by energy from Dalamud pouring into the Crystal Tower. Oh, Dalamud had 2 calamities. Cool. The tremor from the towers were elevated by the Earth aspect ether pouring into the source, turning into a continent-wide calamity that destroyed the Allegan Empire. The barrier broke, the third was swept into the source's life stream, and the calamity is observed effect that rejoined the worlds. So first was wind. These are the worlds. Wind, second, lightning, fire, earth, ice, water, and astral, which is made up. No, I think it goes on here. Astral is like a polarity. Per the lore book, the people of the 6th astral era, though they'd never seen another calamity when all 6 elements were accounted for, then the Ascians slammed them with Bahamut, a calamity of all elements and astral active polarity. Which is probably why, apart from Bahamut itself, there were a bunch of elemental catastrophes across Eorzea during the 7th Umbral Calamity. Earthquakes, tidal waves, freezing over, wildfires, sudden rainstorms, floating islands, oh, and lots of those orange, volatile, corrupted crystals. Let us continue with Urianger.
To that end, I have labored during my sojourn in this world, discovering in so doing the answer to a pressing mystery. That of Black Rose's inexplicable potency. Come. Dost thou recognize yonder chart?
Yonder chart? And its high-res nature. If you play Black Mage, do you get, like, special options here? Or is this always your 2 options?
Indeed. 'Tis a rendering of the elemental wheel, such as one might find in classrooms across the source. As the chart maketh plain, our world is composed of 6 elements, in addition to which there exist 2 poles in fundamental opposition. Astral, the active; umbral, the passive. As a reflection of the source, the first naturally compriseth the selfsame forces. Yet, curiously, there is a notable divergence in their nomenclature. To be specific, the denizens of this world employ not the terms astral and umbral. Thus was I moved to inquire what names said forces had been assigned. A simple question which yielded a most unexpected answer. Upon demanding the name of the pole aligned with activity and growth, I was told that as life's myriad colors combine to produce black, the people of the first had called it darkness. At this, did my mind begin to race.
Told that life's myriad colors combine to produce black. So we're basically operating on Adam's family rules here. Yeah, you're mixing paints of the various ethers or spells. So color theory, yeah.
Yet 'twas only when I asked what name had been given to the pole aligned with passivity that mine eyes were opened to the truth. Peace and tranquility being as purest white, unmarred by color, I was told it had been given the name of light.
That's umbral light and astral darkness, yes? I'm no etherologist, but it strikes me that the nomenclature of the first is rooted in the generation of the 2 forces, while our own appears to focus on their effects. Which makes one wonder, have we had it backwards all this time?
So when I asked the name given by the pole alignment with passivity, that mine eyes were open to the truth. Peace and tranquility being as purest white unmarred by color, I was told to have been given the name light. So why does... Okay, hang on. Jesse, help me, Jesse. Okay, hang on. Wait, what about the colors? Yeah, right. No, I'm getting that the focusing on the effects and all that sort of thing. Peace and tranquility being the purest white, unmarred by colors. The myriad of colors produced black. So if we're doing color theory, this is the poster on the wall, right? And this is the poster in Jesse's video. Like purple lightning, blue water, earth, but devoid of the fire's not red. Fire's not red, and ice isn't blue, and wind isn't green. Maybe the color thing isn't helpful actually. Super Side Swapper said in a generous super chat, appreciate it. Also, all calamities are considered umbral because each is a massive step backwards. Most, that is 6, were resets of civilization, so umbral. And what follows is called an umbral era. Right, and an astral era is sort of the climax and that relief and that go in relief and go in relief. Okay, the color thing I think the color thing works for darkness, but I'm confused when it gets to light. Yeah, so let's not think about colors here. Ghost 200, thank you for the double super chat. Sorry, the second one was deemed spoilery, but the first one says it's not that the source had it backwards, but they observed its effects instead of the polarities. Light and dark are properties. Cool, that's what he's talking about here. What our not an etherologist is going on about. We had it backwards, and that we focus on the effects. Let's continue for a moment.
'Tis indeed a compelling question, and one which beareth closer examination. Yet what knowledge we already possess sufficeth to explain the chain of events.
Oh, Ghost redacted their own message. I appreciate that. Thanks for letting me stumble through this. This is how I learn. It's a brutal process. Learning for me is extremely destructive. I'm very much a marble and the sculptor type.
The phenomenon of etheric thinning observed in the source is the consequence of light, the power of stasis, flowing in from the first to stifle the movement of ether within the land.
Source. Phenomenon of etheric thinning observed in the source is the consequence of light, the power of stasis, flowing in from the first to stifle movement of ether without the land. Perfect. Okay, so we can connect that. Yeah, it's confusing for sure. This is meaty. You know, this is these are pools of lore, right? It's meant to be meaty for people who enjoy it. Okay, so that explains Matoya's broom's not working. I want to ask the question, does this explain why we had to go get bonus power in order to thread it to the burn? But that seems kind of different, because that one we didn't have power at all in the burn, so we had to go turn on the power station in the step in order to even make the burn shield function. Yeah, unrelated. Okay, that was just content. That was just do a quest for a thing in Alligans. Cool, that makes perfect sense. Bokai 86. Color theory still works if you add colors in light form like RGB, it gets white. If you add colors in pigment form, it gets black. Okay. Yeah. I did stage lighting in college. I know some color theory. That's interesting. That's a cool way to put it. That's a really cool way to put it.
And according to Master Alphino, Black Rose slayeth by halting the circulation of ether within living beings.
The Alligans turned off the ether of the burn so they could launch Dalamud. When did that come? When was that talked about? Was that talked about in game, or is that a 1.0 kind of thing with Dalamud and stuff? Or was the burn even in 1.0? The burn's really cool, so I want to know more about it. Post Stormblood? Okay. During the quest? Oh man, I'm sad I didn't digest that because honestly, it's a super badass place. But I feel like it wasn't explained as to which event had aced the burn. Oh, okay, yeah, they talked about Az's Law, not Dalam. Okay. Yeah, okay, cool. I remember the Az's Law bit. According to Master Alphino, Black Rose slayeth by halting the circulation of ether within living beings.
Should such a weapon be unleashed even as the first were rejoined, replete as it is with light.
Yep.
We would have a disaster of untold proportions on our hands. A calamity.
Okay.
Well, at least we have a better grasp of what we're facing. Our objective, however, remains unchanged.
Okay, so that all... So it's complicated. It's for sure complicated. However, I get why Black Rose is more powerful. If leaking over in the form of this light, which is the whole triangle, it's coming over, it's thinning the ether, it's causing Matoya's brooms to fall down, it's making spells less effective and what. And if you're gonna cut people off from their magic, which caused you to fall over dead, then it's not that their ether is getting corrupted, because that's what I thought. Because we were talking about like corrupted ether and you get bit by a zombie and you become a light zombie because your ether gets corrupted. Not entirely, like, you know, streamer terms. So there's basically like 5 different thoughts going on here. But what we can say is that there is absolutely stagnation flowing over. And Black Rose plays into that. I'm just catching on what you have to say. No, I don't think I can, Fitchel. I don't think I can. I think right now the best thing for me is to think of it as we have lots of different lore pieces that are working inside this magic system. For this particular instance of lore, all we need to understand is the umbral and the astral, the darkness and the light. And we're playing into that aspect of this diagram right now. It's not necessarily having to do with the individual elements in this case, though in the past there's certainly play that's gone into that, like our various umbral calamities of water, ice, and earth. I do think from a story perspective that it would have been easier to describe this to audiences if we have started with fire or one of these really kind of basic calamities, and then eventually on expansion 5, like we're in, you know, now, that's when we can get into... Now hang on a minute. Where's my write-up? So 7 was an astral calamity. 7 was an umbral calamity empowered by astral sources. All elements of the active polarity. So this diagram isn't even really true then. This diagram is merely trying to express perhaps which elements tend to be part of which astral or umbral or light or darkness. But ultimately, these things can all be astral positive, and that's what he was going into here. Is these can all be charged in certain ways. Okay. That's not too bad. It's a little complicated. The important part is understanding why Black Rose works. Yeah, so the triangle's actually kind of misleading, but I get why it exists. Yeah. So he's showing off the poster of what is wrong, so that when he presents this mystery to the gang and Thancred's into it,
Warden of Ilmeg.
then we start to, then the mystery and you build and all that sort of thing. So they lean that way.
Speaking
That
of
makes
which,
sense.
Were you able to ascertain its whereabouts?
Aye.
And it's in the kick-ass castle. We're gonna go kick its ass next MSQ stream, all that sort of thing. Julian, thank you for the super chat. It's basically astral stagnation, darkness, active chaos. If too much of one or the other lights are portions of light or darkness. It's basically astral stagnation, darkness, active chaos. Too much of one or the other light. I think so. I think I get what you're saying. An F11 player would cringe at the swapping. Oh, well, that's cute. That's cute, though. That they would do that for the long-term fans. No, light in this case is stagnation. Well, they were trying to break it down another way. Yeah, I'm not entirely concerned with what the super chat said. I think it was a good gesture at trying to describe it another way. Ghost 200 says, then from here we learn from Black Mage that we are regenerating MP because Umbral Darkness, active regenerating magic, then Astral Light, stagnantly not getting NP. Oh, right. The fire thing, right? Yeah, let me get out of this cutscene, and maybe we can take a look at that. I think my head is sufficiently full, though. Like, we solved what we were understanding, or we were needing to understand. But let's go take a look at Black Mage. I don't have a terribly high level. Where's my bar? Oh, I'm on HUD. Grants Umbral Ice. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Lee. I agree with you. I think that's the right way to go about it. And we now understand the important part of this stuff. That all these can be aspected in certain ways. I think that the temperature thing is a decent idea. Yeah, you can think of it like activity in molecules, too. Like if everything's shaking around or if everything's slowing. Actively in motion. Yeah, now we understand the rejoining happens. We now know how the 8th one is going to happen, so we can stop it. I assume, however, there are many, judging particularly by, the spoiler on Jesse's video, right? There are a lot of other things that play into this, and this isn't our full knowledge, and at some point, Orianche is going to be like, what? But I thought, and they're going to be like, yes, you were wrong. How you were wrong? And on about it. Julian, thank you for the super chat. Fire, partial light, lightning, partial light, water, partial darkness, but full light, stagnation, full darkness is pure chaos. Well, you're supposed to be getting it backwards to a degree right now. Super Side Swapper says, it's not necessarily wrong, they're poles. The triangle represents that they can't truly stay as one or the other. Right. Yeah, I don't think the thing to digest is not what polarity the different elements are in, more that they can all be skewed to certain zones. It's actually just a clever retcon. Is it, Mr. Hippopotamus? Is that true? Because something people praise about Final Fantasy is that it never got retconned. It is. Did they need to retcon? Maybe that's not something we can answer right now. But right now they're talking. We're on another world, a reflection, where things can be different, and we may have misrepresented in the past. I don't feel like it's a retcon yet. But there may be something in the future where we're like, oh, okay, this has gone, like, this is pretty deep. Like, this is honestly really deep in. And I would be very curious. Actually, I mean, do you all know? Here, I'll do the super chat, then I'll ask my question of y'all. Elvin Infante, thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. I thought we were just calling things we can't understand helicopters after Thornton Extreme. This is all just extreme helicopters, Kyle. They can't hurt you. That's true. It's all moon holes. It's all just moon holes. Don't worry about it too much. It's all just moon holes. Ghost 200, thank you for the super chat. Of course, the Black Mage sees it from a different point of view of the source, which is why Oriange's mind gets blown. By definition, Umbral is actually light and Astral is darkness. Okay, so that's a question I have based on what Ghost 20 says. Is Oriange's mind blown because he now has that information for the source? Or is Oriange's mind blown because the first has it backwards? Is it backwards on the first, or was studies done on the source backwards? Because Oriange's been here for like 3 years or something. So his mind might be blown in the wrong direction. Okay, so his perspective has fully been shifted. All right. So we were over focused on their effects. However, their... Okay. Generic Nerd, thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. Right, the aspect part. Try PvP. I PvP all the time. I love it. I think PvP is great. I'm not gonna do it with my Black Mage though. Cool. So, and most people are gonna play through Shadowbringers and like just haul in, you know, because they keep presenting questions, discovering mysteries and stuff. If we just keep hauling ahead rather than understanding where we currently are, you know, obviously there's gonna be more answers down the road. Okay, so my question is, to anybody who played when Shadowbringers went live, I try on Black Mage, I would get destroyed. I need my samurai buff, otherwise I suck. I suck at everything that's not melee because I get destroyed in there. Okay. So anybody who played Shadowbringers, do you feel like this was... It's a tough question. Let me ask my question, damn it. I'll shut myself out. Okay. Was this well received, or was it seen as a retcon? And the problem is that the majority of people would not stop like we do and take a week break and then fart off. So the majority of people would actually like go all the way through, feel like they got the full story, and then be able to reflect on it, rather than what I see which is a week by week sort of situation where we're making the videos and I have to stop and process and think about it too much. Umbral fart. Excellent, Joey. Well received. Okay. Helped you make more sense of it. I don't remember jack about the World of Darkness. One of these streams, we should probably do a new game plus of all of Crystal Tower and see if there's anything interesting in there. I'm more afraid of just all the reading with the camp outside, because there was a lot of it. There were your standard Reddit threads asking for an explainer. Okay. But people seemed mostly like into it and interested. Because when I coming from World of Warcraft, it's very easy to divide the lore players and the game players into two different baskets. And just says, and like just look at things and be like, lore's there if you want it over there, and gameplay's over here because that's what you're here for. You know, kind of like Dark Souls people. Like there's whole videos made about the furtive pygmy, but majority of people probably don't give a shit about the furtive pygmy. They just keep playing the game, they beat, and they go, well, that was a hard game. I can't wait to talk to my friends about what build they did. But if you have this lore in your game, then you're servicing another audience that can then enjoy that lore. And therefore, you are growing your audience. You're causing more people to enjoy this game. So I guess my big concern with the MSQ here are people who focus on the character-driven story of the game going to dislike Shadowbringers more. Not necessarily think it's bad, but will people like Garrett find Shadowbringers laborious in this conversation? Is there a way they can spice this up for people in the future? I find it interesting. That's why I'm here today, examining it. But I wonder if there's people who left Shadowbringers going, I didn't care much for that middle chapter where they talked about the magic. Ryu, thank you for the super chat. I didn't view it as a retcon. I just viewed it as a clarification that simply went a different way than expected. Personal view, though. That's fair. That's what mysteries are, right? And if it's a mystery revealed, it's not a retcon. And people have things wrong all the time. The world of Final Fantasy is very articulate about the realities of war, science, and magic and all that. So I don't see it. It's not out of character for Final Fantasy to say that their worldview is wrong or to explore this idea. In other games, I'd be like, now what are you doing over here? This is ridiculous. But in Final Fantasy, they take magic very seriously. So I don't see it as a retcon either. But I'm asking, I'm curious of other people's perspective for sure. Jay Ray, thank you for the super chat. Yoshi P has said that they originally designed the story to be fluid and able to go in different ways as needed. That's how you should design any interactive product, whether it's a huge video game like an MMO or a D&D table. Like you have to leave wiggle room for what your players want. And if at some point there was some Reddit post that was like, I think magic works this way, that's the same as your D&D player being like, man, it'd be really cool if that mountain was a monster. And you're like, oh shit, that's awesome. I'm gonna write that down. That monster's now a mountain. That mountain's now a mountain. Like, wow. Oh, that looks like a volcano. You're like, no, that would be badass if it was a volcano. Done. I mean, that just makes that's just happier creation too. That's just happier devs who get to play along with the players and explore their own world. I think most people are called cutscene skippers. Do you think the majority of people skip cutscenes? You think it'll drag them in? Gets contextualized by characters a lot? Okay, cool. I mean, I definitely see magic when we meet Y'shtola being more interesting. If Y'shtola says it, Garrett will like it. Played through a game not thinking about the rules of the world, just enjoying the characters and the character building. Okay. I do not have an understanding of this lore, but it's not high on the list for me. Cool, so it doesn't bother you that existed, and like Luke, when you were playing through it, you never thought to yourself, something that happens again in World of Warcraft a lot, wow, I wish the devs didn't spend the time. Like whatever effort was put here should have been put over here. Very different teams, but it's a thought process that comes up frequently when people are armchair designing. Asia Amazing, thank you for the super chat. You can ignore it if you want and not miss much. A lot of people ignore Oriashi. Fair. I really like him. I think he's extremely charismatic. And he's the type of characters I really, really get into. It explains, Ghost 200, thank you for Super Chat. It explains how some spells that weren't elements, like that shocky thing? Like sleep, or, what's the shocky thing? Scathe. Like scathe? Oriange is fun to make fun of when he walks in the room, but it's not somebody, like, I don't actively dislike him, and he's really grown on me a lot. Oh, it got dark real fast. Is it? What? Fair skies, what? What? If they do, why bother playing? I think Final Fantasy is a really good co-op game. I bet there's a lot of people that want to get to the co-op part and don't care to digest the story. It seems a shame because it's a well-written story and you're missing out on that experience, but playing through the MSQ doesn't make you a better player. I mean, look at us. Look at me, level 72. Well, I think I'm still 70, but, you know. Watching West Albert videos today because I have over 20 levels of abilities that I don't know how to use. So it's all there for you to enjoy. Oh, 6 p.m. in game? Oh, okay, so Fair Skies will still say, but that sun is out. Like the Pacific Northwest, sun is out at 6. And as long as, like, all I need in a magic system, and I think this is absolutely supplying it, it just needs to provide a framework for us to play in. And when people like to say that Yoshi P is a big mystery buff, like, that's all I want, is I just want a playground, and when you play in that playground, you obey the rules you've set up. And saying that, oh, we actually had it backwards, like, that's not retcon or world breaking to me at all. That's perfectly fine. In fact, the Scions are, the Scions are Ghostbusters, you know? They're going off of whatever text they can find in the basement. Whatever they can pull together. So it makes perfect sense that they're constantly discovering new things. Generic Nerd, thank you for Super Chat. To be fair, no one said diving into lore and MMOs wasn't at times confusing, hard to understand, but worth it when you get an understanding of it. Yeah, I think a lot of the fear of lore comes from and is propagated by content creators. Again, particularly for World of Warcraft, right? The need to be right in front of your audience causes a lot of stress for content creators. And I think that's where it stops being fun for a lot of people, is that need to be right. But I mean, we're not really going to go there. I don't see myself becoming like a lore content creator. You fast read a lot of the boring parts. I mean, I fast read Paladin Heaven's Word storyline. You know, we all have parts. We all absolutely have parts. Grew more attached to Oriange when you saw his face. That makes sense. Yeah. There's a person. Sweet Panic, thank you for becoming a member for 2 months. Using my membership chat for a lore dive. Great storytelling is adding detail that fleshes out the world while not making it mandatory for enjoyment. I agree. Absolutely. There's a reason why I enjoy my Wikipedia dive so much. In fact, having just played Darktide, I was on a Wikipedia dive on Warhammer 40k. That world has some crazy lore. Absolutely nuts lore. But it's really, really fun to read because it works into the system. Oh yeah, I don't think I can watch the 300 hours. You're talking about name is completely escaping me right now. Joe Cats. Can we watch that yet? That'd be something Garrett will probably want to watch, so we won't watch that without him. Oh, is that what he says in the video? Is that he skipped to 5.2? Yeah, I'd be interested to watch that. Here, I can show you guys what's on our view list right now for an upcoming movie night. Quite a few of these have been added without mod approval yet, so we still have like a lot of the more. We watched a lot of funny ones last time. Naturally, we kind of gravitated towards those with chats poking. But I was personally I watched this, like I said, 2 years ago. I don't remember any of the visuals, but it's visual. Spoiler. I watched this the other day, actually. This came up organically on my list, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll watch that. That was great. But if you have other videos you would like to recommend, particularly if we can watch them now, post them in our Discord. Post them in the Discord. You can find a link to the Discord in the description here, and you'll be able to find the content and streams channel where you can post those. Yeah, I believe I can just link you straight to this. You can go enjoy our playlist and kind of look around in the various things we've been recommended. Mad because small. Yeah, there's like 5 more of them. Maybe it's kind of well, Austin Powers is one of those 2. I'm thinking of the Napoleon Dynamite. Like Napoleon Dynamite, the more you watch them, the more funny it gets. We haven't watched the DPS guide because it has Endwalker visual spoilers in it, I believe. So we were able to watch the tank one, and then the healer one had like Alizé getting up with Alphino. But otherwise, we've been told the DPS ones are 2 in the spoiler camp. Dirt, thank you for the super chat. As long as you get the broad strokes of lore, then you'll be fine for Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Deep lore enhances, but it isn't necessary. No, I agree with that 500%. I think that certainly in like Reaper lore, which wasn't that complicated, nowhere near as complicated as Final Fantasy XIV, but Dragon Age, all those kind of RPGs I really enjoy. I only really got the lore on a second playthrough, but it made it all the richer because now I cared. Like, I bet you level 1 through 45 of this game has some really interesting tidbits that I just didn't pick up on. You know, we were sitting around being like, wait, there's Black Mask Ascians? When Shadowhunter showed up, so. Preaches a Realm Reborn playthrough? All of it? In a nutshell stuff? I don't think so. We can watch the slash emote. I heard that was like zone spoilers. We're not as concerned about zone spoilers, so sometimes we let those by. But I believe that was removed from the list. Yeah, Preaches Theater, I clipped through it just because like everyone was talking about it. Yeah, the play, exactly. Awesome. Well, thank you all for joining me for this exploration of the lore, as well as the paladin guide we did, the role quests we did earlier. Or it wasn't a role quest, but you know, the job quest we were doing earlier. That was great. So what's gonna happen is there will be a stream Thursday. There's a chance Garrett might be able to join me for it. Yeah, nice diagram stream. Thank you. It was pretty good. Garrett will be able to join me for it possibly, so I won't be posting that probably until Wednesday when we know his schedule, because he will be telecommuting in for that stream, but he's got a laptop that can handle the game, so all he has to do is show up. So we'll see what we get up to and what he's available for. Otherwise, it might be another Whimsy stream, which would also be really fun because there's more than enough to do. I've got Red Mage still to level. Certainly, we could maybe go Crystal Towers aren't voice acted though, are they? So we could go rewatch Crystal Tower, which I need to do, but it's also like a lot of reading for one person. Yeah. Is there anybody who voice acted on YouTube? We could go watch them do Crystal Tower? Could we do that? Crafting stream? Oh yeah, New Game Plus it'd be a big deal. It'd be a lot to do. Yeah, maybe we don't voice act. Maybe we just watch. We keyword it. Preach VODs, find Preach's VODs of him watching it and just cheat through it. I kind of like that idea. Ocean fishing? I still haven't tried open fishing. So you'll know, follow the Discord, join the Discord. You'll see me post an update there Wednesday and you'll be able to see it. Bye everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for all the super chats today. Oh, you know, I should do some credits on my way out. It's just that the credits, I gotta go do a thing. I gotta press the button, so it takes a moment. But we'll do credits before I go. Let's do some credits, because a lot of you support today. I really appreciate it. Y'all hanging out. And channel's doing great. We're getting really close to 25,000 subs, which will be most excellent, because it's just a number that I think our human brains really get excited about. Clear the screen. Got some super chatters coming by today. Will there be more housing tours? Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. I don't think we'll do one before we're done with Shadowbringers MSQ, just because we're on the level. Elvin, thank you for the super chat. Have you done treasure maps yet? You should do it for the music alone. I don't remember the music at the moment, but I have done one, and I got pretty far. I actually got pretty lucky. I got pretty far. I think it was a Heavensward one. Also, Kiyoshi, thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. Gotta run, but thank you for the fun times. Hope you have yourself a lovely evening, a great evening. Looking forward to your Wednesday video. Me too. Yeah, Wednesday video is still happening. Videos will continue, though Garrett's out of town. I'm actually going to go work on one right now. Oh, a Halloween tour would be awesome. No, so our free company is doing a Halloween glam contest, I believe. So look up that inside the Discord, but I'm not saying I'm going to be a part of anything, because baby number 2 for us is due on Halloween. So there's a good chance I won't be here. So I'm not signing up for anything Halloween related, as I might miss it. But as we get closer, I might say yes to things. I'd love to swing by the glam contest and see if we can stream a bit of it. All right. Bye, everybody.